Here.
Mayor Tran?
I am here. Thank you so much, Wendy. All right, moving on here to closed session. We'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to announce for the council and the public, we will be convening in closed session to consider one matter, which is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation with city as plaintiff regarding the treatment plant dispute. Thank you.
Great. All right, I'll see everybody. Okay, great. We're live streaming on Facebook and YouTube.com. Welcome everybody across the city of Milpitas and beyond to tonight's Milpitas City Council meeting. We are back here in the Lunar New Year. Out of closed session, we'll go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz. The announcements.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the public and the council that council did give direction to staff, but otherwise there's nothing to report out of closed session this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Stand as you may. Calling the pledge begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Moving on here, the invocation. I want to thank all the public for your patience. Kind of getting out of closed session at 7:30 rather than 7 as scheduled. But we'll move along this evening. We got some great items. Thanks for tuning in. Here we go. Next up is the invocation, and tonight it is assigned and presented by the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So tonight I'm going to do the invocation, and I decided to do a scripture, Corinthians 1, chapter 13, 4 through 8, verse 4 through 8. It's about love. Love is patient and kind. It is not jealous or boastful. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices in the right. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never fails. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. You sound like me when I officiate weddings. All right, next up, we're going to go straight to public forum. We don't have a presentation this evening on the agenda. Okay, public forum. Here we go, folks. Tonight, let's do 2 minutes tonight for public comment here in the public forum. Let me check the Zoom here. Let's see. And I'll go to the attendees. I'm on Zoom just like you folks at home. Okay, all right. We are here in the public forum. We're doing 2 minutes tonight. And let's welcome our first speaker. We have Barbara in the morning. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Montano, and council members. As a longtime resident of Milpitas and a member of Milpitas Involved Citizens, formerly the Voice of Milpitas group that opposed the La Quinta Hotel project, I wanted to let you know that 8 members of this residents group reviewed various sections of the general plan update. Our written input was provided to the planning department in a document and an email, and the planning department responded in writing, which the group received and really appreciated. For your information, in some cases, our concerns did not apply to the general plan and will need to be addressed in more specific city documents. The group's input and the responses should be part of the information package the council will receive before next Tuesday's special general plan council meeting. And I highly recommend that you review the comments and responses alongside the general plan update itself so that you can better understand the context of the comments. On behalf of the group, thank you for your attention to this important general plan update. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barbara. We really appreciate our community members, and please send our great city council emails as well. We want to connect as much as possible on such an important general plan item here in the city of Milpitas. Next up here we have Voltaire Montemayor.
You hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you. Oh, mine is a short one. Yeah, the mayor, vice mayor, members of the city council, city manager and staff. Very nice invocation. I like that. So with the the welcoming of the mayor. I'm glad. I believe that you received already. I believe it's all right, all good. Maybe with austerity consideration, the proposed 2022 to 2026 capital improvement program is a 5 years. So I wasn't here. I did not join. I didn't see the virtual meeting. So we wish congratulations to all. God bless. Thank you. That's
Thank you
all.
very much. Salamat po. Next up here, Urvish Kumar Mehta.
But I wanted to mention to the city of Milpitas, which is becoming a developed Milpitas metro city. I think there are a lot many improvements that are being made to the city, but I think it is very important to understand that the differentiation between the law-abided city, the law enforced and law and order maintained city versus lawless city. When we say that the lawless city, there are a lot many developments. There are citizens who understands the law and follows the law, and then there is the other side of then there are citizens who does not really understand what the law means, and they continue to violate the law. They continue to maintain the understanding that they are following the open government bylaws. They are following the code of conduct. They are following the ethics, and then continue to instead of improving within the city, they're devaluating the what city and the what citizens are offering, and also they're devaluing and as well as devaluating the public service through the offering of a public service to the citizens. It is very important to understand that the representatives of a city, they are actually depicting the city itself. When there is any misconduct, when there is any misdemeanor that has been happened, those officials are considered to be in a violation of those law, even though whether that being a mayor, vice mayor, or any city council member, they are supposed to follow the law. And then if they are prosecuted or if they are not in a service with respect to the armed services, with the Uniform Military Service Code, they should abide that. They must abide that, and they must follow that. And so as they should be adhering that. I just wanted to mention here that it's better to be a part of a developed city rather than a lawless city, and then accept the fact that
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. You got to go. Thank you very much. No prosecution here. Okay, public forum continues. I don't see anybody else. We do have agenda items tonight, folks. If you're here for a certain agenda item, we can hear you during that agenda item. I do see a virtual raised hand. Public forum, Allison McDonald.
Thank you. I thought you were going to skip over me there for a second.
I would never do that to you, Allison. I never.
So thank you. I just wanted to let everybody know that Sunny Hills Neighborhood Association is sponsoring a special presentation on March 6th. The NAMI Santa Clara County, the local organization of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, will offer its next In Our Own Voice presentation on March 6th, 2021 at 8:30 a.m. via Zoom as our presentation for our Sunny Hills breakfast. So I invite you, Mayor, and the other council members and any members of the public who are interested. There will be a Zoom link provided to those who RSVP to us through either Facebook or email. Thank you. Hope to see you then.
Great. Thank you very much, Allison. If you could send the Zoom link to all the city council, I think that's okay for us to attend. Okay, great. Thanks. All right, let's see. Next up, we have Bill Coe.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome, Bill.
Great. This is Bill Corby. I'm a resident.
Sorry, your name got cut off. I didn't mean.
I know it got cut off. I had to register twice, so I had to shorten it to register to
Oh,
get
sorry. Okay.
my laptop.
Good to hear you,
It's-
Bill. Let's get us 2 minutes back here. Let me reset his
Okay.
clock.
Okay. Yeah, I have a couple just brief comments. The first one is I wanted to amplify what was brought up earlier about the general plan. I was involved in preparation of a addendum to the FAR section of the general plan, and it was something that could be appended directly And so I was hoping that would get some consideration to update the plan. The other thing I wanted to see if there was something that was going to be covered in the agenda or not, if it could be, and that is there was a vote taken a few meetings back to provide $150,000 to the county. And I just wanted to get an update from the council on has there been some return on that investment? In other words, is there some plans or hope that we could get some of our Milpitas homeless put into the hotel, and that $150,000 would pay for that and some of the interviews and classifications that would be required for that. And that's all I had for tonight. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate you, Bill. Yeah, staff is working on that, and if we could put that on a future agenda, that item for a future agenda, maybe here in March coming up here, that'd be great. And I'll talk to the city manager as one to see where we're at as well. We'll be good. Okay, great. Public forum here. Public comments in the public forum, folks. Welcome tonight. It's so good to be together here in the Lunar New Year, as well as the post National Singles Day. All right. Next up, Jessica, you.
Hello. Hi. This is Jessica Yu. I just wonder because in the Milpitas, we noticed that more and more homeless people come to the Milpitas, and those homeless people encamp on different areas. So their surrounding become messy and dirty, actually getting worse and worse. It looks terrible. So I just wonder, does the city has the plan to consistently clean up the environment, because it's not good to the citizen, to the city, and also to the homeless people. So I really think we should take seriously to clean up the surroundings. The city has a plan for it. It's a long-term plan. I don't think they will move out. I'm even thinking they will move in more and more. What we should do? Do we have budget for that? Thank you very much. That's my question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jessica. You can email our city manager for a list of things we've done. I guess you can call it a plan, but we just have a list of things we've done. It's growing, but please reach out to our city manager via email on the City of Milpitas website, and we'll get you a list that's really alive. Okay, let's see here. Anybody else for public forum? I want to thank everybody who spoke. You know, your voice is important. Your tone of your voice, everything you say, you bring the community here to the city council meeting. So we really appreciate hearing the hearts and souls of our residents and dedicated community members. That's it for public forum, folks. We're moving on to announcements and future agenda items. Let's keep it moving here. I want to go to our city manager for the announcements.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I do not have any announcements this evening. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Always checking in. For the city council here, let's go to Councilmember Finn.
I'd like to request at a future agenda item for us to amend our existing ordinance on third-party food delivery vendor services to prohibit regulatory response fees. This is something that is somewhat of a loophole that parties such as DoorDash has exploited in recent weeks to sort of bypass our ordinance that we developed to really help residents, to help small businesses during these difficult economic times.
I second that.
Thank you. And then the other item that I would like to pursue is something that myself and Councilmember Chua has we've been working on together, and that's to explore opportunity housing and to prohibit single family zoning. This is meant to be an opportunity for us to explore a diverse stock of housing, really expand on the work that we've already been doing with our existing ADU ordinance, making it possible for families to really redevelop their parcels into ADUs or duplexes, triplexes, and really contribute towards our housing stock, really create middle income housing. It's being pursued by City of Sacramento. I understand that right now, City of San Jose has taken steps forward with it. And I believe just recently, the city of Berkeley is also moving forward as well. So I'd like for us to pursue this. As we start to move forward with the general plan, I understand that we're scheduled to vote on a version of the general plan update. And I think that it's an opportunity for us to look at areas.
Okay, great. I support that discussion. We'll take it to a
Okay.
future agenda.
Sure.
Okay, I do have concerns, but we'll take it to the next agenda. Okay, great. Anything else?
No.
Okay, great. Yeah, time and place for it. Okay, great. Next up here, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. At this time, I'm not too sure where I would go, and I am looking for your guidance as well as maybe the city managers. I know that the city of Milpitas has endorsed Laura's Law, and it has been brought to my attention that tomorrow the county will be doing a very important vote on Laura's Law. So I don't know if it needs to come back to council because it has already been endorsed, but I would love to make sure that the city of Milpitas is present to make sure that the county understands that the city of Milpitas has endorsed it and that we do need their help because we do have unhoused members in our community who would benefit from this. And so from my understanding, there is a very important vote tomorrow on this. So I'm not too sure if this could just be staff direction since it has already been endorsed. I will look at our city attorney and for some guidance on this.
And no, thank you, Councilmember Dominguez. Because it's not on the agenda tonight, I wouldn't want council to give full consensus and direction, but I think and not to put the onus on our city manager, but it is something that you guys have considered already in the past. And so if the city manager is willing to, I think, just let the county know that it's something that the council had supported in the past, I think that would be fine, but I'll defer to Steve.
Well,
Thank you,
Steve?
Chris. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I'm hearing that you would like us to express support for Laura's Law, which you have endorsed, and we could certainly put something together and send something off tomorrow morning. That could be from myself, the mayor, however the council would like.
I appreciate that option, Steve, but under Councilmember Fan, we've already passed this item. And so if there's anything that's going to go out of this city hall, it's going to be that document led by Councilmember Fan. And I know we have that on record. So we'll go ahead and move that particular item. Was it a resolution? We'll pass that along. Okay. And so our city manager can do that with the county. Okay, because it's not on the agenda tonight, so we're not going to create anything that's new. Okay, Councilor Dominguez, anything else?
Not at this time. Thank you. Have a good day.
We got Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just want to give an update. Last month, a couple of residents asked me about BMR homes and below market rate homes. The homeowners wanted to know to confirm if they can rent their, some of their rooms. So I got the feedback from Attorney Diaz today that they cannot. So this is in response to that question to me, to the residents, and also Attorney Diaz will write up a memo for the entire city council and also for the residents. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Very helpful. Next up here, we got the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to make an announcement. VTA buses will no no longer board on the front. They will be boarding on the back. And that is because the passengers, because COVID-19 and many of the drivers were getting infected. So now they'll be boarding, the passengers will be boarding on the back, in the back of the bus. And also the fares will be free, so they won't have to pay. And that's about it. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's really important and very useful news. Next up, we're going to Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. One more thing I forgot to add and request, maybe we could have a conversation. I would like to have a conversation around distribution of vaccines and equity through an equity and ethnic lens for the city of Milpitas. There has been a new report that came out on Thursday. And so I would like this council to consider writing a letter to the county to express our support and our request for our areas that have been heavily impacted, which affect many of the reports we have seen are Latinx and our Filipino communities. And so I would like to have that conversation at a next council meeting.
I second that. Okay, letter to the county, vaccinations. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Is that it? Okay, all right. I see the vice mayor's virtual hand up still. Okay, now it's down. Thank you, everybody. That's it for announcements and future agenda items. Nothing from me tonight. Moving on to announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contribution. City Attorney Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, I'd ask the mayor and council whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start at the end with Councilmember Fan.
I'll be recusing myself from item number 10 out of an abundance of caution.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. And just for the public and the disclosure, that's just based on the fact that there's a business license that I think you or your business holds. And so this decision could have a financial effect on you. Next, Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Thank you. Just let the record reflect the answer by Councilmember Fan to that question. I'd also ask the mayor and council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan?
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez?
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua?
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano?
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran?
None.
Thank you. Let the record reflect none to that last question. Mayor, if you'd like, I'd go ahead and read the.
Always.
Okay. So, Council Code of Conduct, be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais, and that would include the Zoom platform. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Moving on to approval of agenda. I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor? Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Self and I, the agenda is approved. Moving on to consent calendar. I would like to add items to the consent calendar. Get your pens out. I would like to add items to the consent calendar. Items number 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15.
Second.
All in favor? I'll let you pick. I'll let you. I know. I'm sorry. I seen your face, Councilmember Fan. I said, wait, I'm not going to call this yet. Here we go. I'll go a little slower. Yeah, I'll go a little slower. 9.
That'd be great.
I know. For everybody. I said, get your pens on. No, here we go. I'll say it again. Very slowly and carefully. 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15. And that's with the note of number 10, Councilmember Fan recusing himself. I always think recusing is a cool thing, you know.
So Mayor,
Yeah.
for 9 and 10, 9 can go on consent. I would just want to read the title of the ordinance before council takes action. And then for 10, that could also go on consent, and Councilmember Fan could go ahead and stay in his seat, doesn't have to turn off his camera. We would just note the recusal in the approval of the consent calendar.
Great. Yeah. You want to go ahead and read before we move to approve the consent calendar, Chris? Number 9.
Okay, so what you have before you is an urgency ordinance, ordinance number 310. It's an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, temporarily suspending penalties for delinquent fire permit fees in Chapter 300, Section 2.32 of Title 5 of the Milpitas Municipal Code.
Great. Okay, I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
You have a second by Vice Mayor. All in favor, Councilmember Fan?
I can vote on this, right, Chris?
And we would just
What?
note your recusal for item
Okay.
10 that's been added to.
All right, let's go to our City Clerk, Wendy Wood. I see Wendy.
Yes, I just had a question. First of all, I wanted to make sure that that included the minutes that were sent to you today for item number 2. So we sent those as a separate attachment.
Yes, I think the answer to that is yes.
And then for item number 12, the list, I don't know if there was a list attached to that
There wasn't.
Okay.
for the recommendations.
All right. Well, I'll make a motion to move item number 12 to the next regular City Council meeting. Then that way we can have the list, because I'm actually adding a couple more to the list anyways. Is that okay? Okay.
Okay,
So
second.
we'll move that to the next item. So does that
Yeah, I don't think I need
not
a
require a motion?
Should I throw a motion in there, Chris?
Yeah, Mayor, do you want me to help with the motion for the total consent calendar items, including everything?
Yeah, but I think we're going to move 12, right? Postpone it to the next meeting. Motion to
Yeah.
postpone.
To defer.
Motion to postpone item number 12 to the next regular City Council meeting.
Perfect.
Okay. So let's do a motion to postpone item number 12 to the next regular City Council meeting alone here. And then I move that. And then I think I heard
Second.
second from the Vice Mayor. This is to move item number 12, postpone, motion to postpone to the next City Council meeting regular. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. Item number 12 has been postponed to the next regular City Council meeting. I'm working on the list, folks. Thank you so much. Actually giving me a break here. I got to add a few more people. Still taking recommendations, but that's for next meeting. So that consent calendar. Wendy, anything else?
So, and then, so just make sure the motion includes the minutes that were sent to you as well as the list for item 14 for the request of council member items.
Yeah, we have that. I think that's in there.
I just want to make sure it's included in the motion, those attachments.
Oh, okay, great. So there we go. Our city clerk has stated the details, and that's included in the motion for the consent calendar. Looking around the room, looking around the chamber, I don't see any further details, any additions here to the motion for the consent calendar. I don't see any in the chamber. I'll move to the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor? Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The consent calendar has been approved. Thank you very much. Let's keep this meeting going. Moving on to item number 7. Receive report on the 2021 citywide community engagement survey. And we'll go to our assistant city manager, Ashwini Kantak.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager. I'll be joined by Kurt Balo from FM3, who'll be presenting you with the survey results. So next slide, please. As you know, we've been conducting an annual community survey to basically understand community perception, satisfaction levels with the services we provide. and related to council priority areas. And so we contracted with FM3, Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz and Associates, and they conducted a survey in January. FM3 has been doing, they've been in business since 1981, worked with hundreds of local government agencies in public policy-oriented opinion research. And they have also done a lot of work for our city with community surveys as well as other surveys in the past several years. And this survey is just one of the many tools, of course, that we're using to help facilitate the preparation of next year's budget. So we'll be doing other community meetings. We also engage council through several study sessions. And we will also be doing a short open town hall survey. But the difference between those and this survey is this is a statistically valid survey, and Kurt will walk you through kind of the methodology that was used for the survey. And we'll be bringing back information from our other outreach as you kind of deliberate over your priorities and goals for next year's budget. So with that, I will hand it off to Kurt. It's always really interesting to see what has remained unchanged and where you kind of see differences, and then also how we compare to some other peer cities. So Kurt, if you can, next slide, please. And Kurt, if you can come on. I think he's still.
All right, I just got booted out, but I got back in, it looks like. Okay. All right, good evening, members of the City Council, City Manager, and staff and public. Hopefully everyone can hear me now. Sorry, I got booted out momentarily. But I'm happy to present the results. We've done a similar survey the last few years for you. We also worked on some of the ballot measures you passed from recent years as well. As Ashwini noted, my name is Kurt Balo from FM3. My colleague Miranda Everett, who worked on this as well, had a conflict tonight, so she couldn't attend. A quick review of the methodology. It's the same methodology we used in the last survey, for those of you who recall that. But we call it as an address-based survey, which we got a list of addresses from the city of all the residential properties and the individual unit numbers for multi-unit buildings. And then we match that to various different public and commercial databases to get contact information, predominantly telephones and emails. And roughly half of the interviews we conducted on the phone, and those interviews were in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese were all offered. And then roughly the other half of the interviews were conducted online. So we sent an email invitation to some and said, hey, take the survey online. Or for addresses that we pulled a random sample for which we couldn't find an email address or a phone number, we sent them a postcard with a link to take the survey online, so that every residential address had a chance to be contacted here in our sample. We did just a hair less than 800 interviews. And if you're looking at the results overall, the margin of error is around 4%. So let me go to the next slide. And I'm going to go over a couple of key numbers here that I'll dig into in more detail later on in the survey, in the presentation. And then I have a few different sections. So maybe what I'll do is kind of pause after each section to see if there's any council questions about each section. And then we have some conclusions at the end. And one other note is that we can do a lot of different comparisons. We can dig into a lot of different detailed information on the demographic breakouts. That's not all included in this presentation because it's already pretty long. But if you have additional requests like that, either bring them up to me now during the presentation or afterwards, work through staff and have them send me, and we'll be happy to dig into those numbers for you. So just a couple of key things here when we advance once. I think these slides are, yes. So big things here, half of the response that we took the survey feel like the city's headed in the right direction. We'll see when we looked at some comparisons with other cities that that's actually kind of right around the middle. So that's pretty good, all things considered. Next slide, please. About 4 in 5 are satisfied with the overall quality of life in Milpitas. Next. City government overall has an approval rating just a little bit more than 3 in 5 at 62%. And finally, another 4 in 5 are proud to live in Milpitas. So These are all roundly, nicely positive numbers, and we can dig into some of the details later on in this presentation, but this helps orient everybody going forward. You've got largely residents that are happy with life here and think the city government's doing an okay job. There are definitely areas where they would like to see more resources or more effort put into, and we'll talk about those later, but by and large, a pretty happy set of people living in your city. Next slide. So the first section I'm going to go through that's substantive here is just what do people think about life here in the city of Milpitas? Next slide, please. So here's the overall quality of life number. You'll see that in the survey, I teased this one up front, 79% said they were satisfied, including about a quarter, 24 who said they were very satisfied. Those who were dissatisfied were in a distinct minority at 20%. Only 4% were particularly disgruntled. And those numbers were almost identical to where they were a year ago. So by and large, as a quality of life sort of metric, these numbers have not changed much at all from last year. Next slide, please. There's that right direction number. So again, this is something that hasn't changed much from last year either. Basically, half of respondents last year to our survey thought the city was in the right direction. It's almost identical to the number right now. It's down from a couple years ago, 57%. So it feels like there has been maybe a little less optimism from 2 years ago, but almost identical levels from last year. Next slide, please. And so this is one question where we actually do have some comparisons here. Most of the research we conducted last year that asked right direction, wrong track in the Bay Area were voter surveys, since it was an election year, including research we did for you in the city here. You're kind of on the forefront of a lot of cities who are going out and doing citizen satisfaction surveys in this odd year. So we don't have a lot of those data points yet to compare. So we have voter samples. Sorry, was there a question?
No question. I just want to remind folks, please mute your microphones if you're not speaking. Carry on, Curtis.
Thank you, Mayor. So you'll notice here, Milpitas at 50% right direction, wrong track. Kind of scanning through some of these different cities that we've done research for last year. See 50% is kind of in the middle-ish. There's a few other ones that are a little bit higher, a bunch that are in the 50s themselves, and then a few that are much lower, such as Oakland and Vallejo. But that's just a little bit of a comparison point. So while that virtually 80% has a good quality of life, right direction, wrong track is a 30 points difference, but in the big picture, it's pretty consistent with other Bay Area communities. Next slide, please. So this is an interesting one. We ask in random order a bunch of different words and phrases that can be used to describe the city, and ask respondents to indicate whether they thought that that word or phrase described the city well or not so well. And you'll see these are all framed in the positive. So if there is in these colors, I would call that maybe I don't know, a dark mustard color. Are sort of the positives. The total of these describe it well, and the darker brown bars are those not well. And you'll notice, if you click the slide once, you'll see that everything above that dashed red line, a pretty solid majorities feel like these words or phrases describe the city well. And it's a lot of positive things that are describing to the city. It can be yourself, diverse, safe, accepting, inclusive, thriving. Even up and coming at 2/3, essentially at 66%. So the only two things where there was some equivocation were exciting, which is pretty close to an even split at 46-51, and affordable, which you had by a 14-point margin, a majority who disagreed that affordable describes the city well. So everything else more positive. Those two slightly more mixed reactions to. Next slide, please. This is one where there were some changes that have been interesting, which is a growth and development question. We've asked this now in 3 consecutive surveys. We structured it as italicized language is the exact language that was either read on the phone or the respondent saw online. And we basically were asking growth and development here in the city, too fast, too slow, about right. And you'll see that the number of respondents who thought the growth was too fast outpaced everybody else in 2019. So 51%, about half of residents said, whoa, growth's a little too fast here, but not that far off. 41% said it was about right. Last year, that too fast number came down some, and that survey sort of right before pandemic hit. And now we're seeing, this is a survey on the heels of a pandemic where projects have been stopped, slowed down at various levels here. And now we're only at about a third who feel like growth and development is too fast. And a majority, 53%, think it's about right. And actually, for the first time, actually got into double digits. Only a few points. I don't want to draw too much attention to it, but 13% actually feel like it's a little too slow in the city. So this is something where over time, and we're pulling out ones where there's appreciable differences. There's been a pretty steady trend here from a 50 number to a 40 number to a 30 number in the too fast category. Next slide, please. These were a variety of phrases, or sentences or statements about the city. And we asked respondents to indicate whether they agree or disagree with them. And you'll see we have the mustardy shade bars are shades of agreement, the darker ones being strongly agree. The brown bars are shades of disagreement, with the darker ones being strongly disagree. We summarized the total agree, disagree on the right-hand side. And you'll see, again, to be honest, a lot of pretty positive numbers here. And these haven't changed dramatically. We don't have this slide in this presentation, but they haven't changed a whole lot in the last year. And you'll see that really strong majorities on this slide, essentially 4 out of 5 or more, maybe a few less, basically feel like the city's diversity is an asset. Different cultures are celebrated. Great place to raise a family. Proud to live here. I think that's a particularly important one. And the very last one here, 77% agree that they'd recommend Milpitas to others as a place to live. And that's, out of all these things, you could say that you're proud and everything, but if you feel like I would recommend someone else live here, that's a really strong endorsement of the city. We have one more set of slides, one other slide here, next one here. Yeah, again, same questions. We presented these in random order. They're sorted by total agree here. And you'll see that, again, pretty strong agreement that people feel welcome when they move here. It's a great place for seniors. You start to get a little bit, maybe a quarter or more in the last 3 categories, maybe disagree with the city's plan, the city's open government, and trust of the city's financial management, but it's still outpaced by a 2-to-1 margin or more with those who agree with those statements. Let me go on to the next slide. So a safety question here. So there's things you could be doing or places you could be in Milpitas, and you may feel safe or unsafe or somewhere in the middle. And we presented that sentence there basically. So for example, can you tell me how safe you feel in your neighborhood? Safe, unsafe, or neither safe nor unsafe, sort of in the middle. And you'll see here that all those safety numbers are all pretty darn positive. So in a neighborhood or a park near your house, the people who feel safe, residents feel very safe. Walking and driving in the city, they feel safe as well. And bicycling, now that gray bar in the middle is those who don't have an opinion because they probably don't ride bikes. And so if you took that out a little bit, it would look a little more like the other numbers here. But by and large, people feel very safe in the city. I will say that all these numbers improved some from last year, particularly the walking and driving numbers, and that kind of stands to reason. People are probably driving a lot less, and there's maybe fewer cars on the road themselves. Next slide, please. All right, I promised I'd pause and see if there's any questions about that sort of life in the city questions before I get into impressions of city government.
Yeah, we'll take questions after you're done. Go ahead. Carry on.
Well, that was just an excuse for me to get my sip of coffee in.
Yeah, right.
All right.
What kind of coffee you like?
It's Oakland coffee, actually. It's a brewery up here.
Always good to know what's good out there. All right, carry on.
All right, so impressions of city government. Let's get to the next slide here. So this is an approve, disapprove scale. And again, those sort of mustardy colored bars are levels of approval, and the brown bars are disapproval. And you'll see that everything above that dashed line had at least a majority said they approved of that level of city government, with fire department leading the way at 89% approval, and the police department not too far behind at 81%. City government overall, that's that 62% number that I teased at the beginning. So you've got a 62 to 25 approval to disapproval rating for a city government overall. And the city council is a little bit behind that at 54%, although they don't know number gets up to 19%. The city's budget management, a little more divisive at 48 to 24. So it's a 2-to-1 ratio, still on the positive side. But again, you see that gray bar gets all the way up to 27%. So there's a lot less uncertainty about the city's financial management, which is pretty much the case in every city. Residents just don't have as much time or interest to pay as much attention as maybe we all would like that to be the case. Next slide, please.
Kurt, do you want to talk about the pandemic question?
Oh, shoot. Yeah, I skipped it on purpose. Thanks, Ashwini. You go back a slide. Yes, so the other ones were questions we've asked in the past. We did add in the response to the coronavirus pandemic, and that's the language that we've often been putting into our surveys on this. And the approval rating there is actually quite high as well, 74% to 17. I skipped that on purpose because it is a little bit of an outlier. It's more of something the city is doing, but the approval ratings were very high there as well. Thank you for highlighting that. I was just checking to make sure you're all paying attention.
Yes, we are.
All right, next slide, please. We did ask these questions in the past, and these are almost basically identical to where they were a couple of years ago. Do you agree or disagree with maintaining public safety as a top priority, maintaining public infrastructure? A lot of agreement here on those things. I think you'll see, particularly when we get to the next series of slides, when we talk about specific city services, everyone thinks everything should be a priority, which I think is fair, but obviously that's part of the challenge of trying to handle that in a resource constrained environment. Next slide, please. So here is the section about the services. And so some of you will remember the way that we approach this in our presentations. If you go to the next slide, please. So what we do is we have a very long list, 22 items that are basically either specific services or service categories or outcomes that the city is in charge of and provides to its residents. And we will go through each of those and say, how important are those to you? And then how satisfied are you with them? So we're gonna get this granular detail about all these different services, and we'll put those together, and I'll show you how we do that. Before we do that, we ask a bigger picture question. How satisfied are you with the overall city services? So big picture first, and then the details. Let's go to the first slide of this series, and we'll see that big picture question. Next slide, please. Oh, so let's go though. So one more slide. So we're going to go to the big picture here. So satisfaction levels with the overall quality of services. I teased this up front as well. 75% are satisfied. That's a few points lower than 2 years ago, which was 79, but the very satisfied number went up a few points. Kind of a wash right there. There's a little more intensity around the satisfaction levels, a little less overall satisfaction, but the don't know number went up 4 points. The dissatisfied numbers are virtually the same. So overall, I would say looking at this from my statistical eye, there's not a whole lot of difference overall, but by and large, residents feel pretty good about the services you're providing. If you're looking for room for growth, you'd love to see maybe more in that very satisfied category, but there's not a lot of disgruntlement here amongst your residents, which is really positive, and particularly given the events of the past 12 months. Why don't we go on the next slide? Let's just get in here. So first section here is the importance. So I'm going to go through all those 22 different services, and we'll rank them by how important residents feel they are. So next slide. So I think it's 3 slides for each of these here. So the scale we use is, because it's pretty hard to say it's not important, we've skewed the scale to look at if something was extremely important, very important, somewhat important, or not important, not too important. We tend to focus on the more intense reactions in a question like this, which is the percentage of respondents who said something was either extremely or very important. And you'll see here on this first slide, everything here was seen as extremely or very important by more than 80% of residents. The top 2 items, which get into the 50% in terms of the real intense reactions, those extremely important numbers, were 911 response and sewer and wastewater. Pretty commonly at the top of the list for almost every community we ask similar types of questions. You see a few other things regarding infrastructure and public safety here as well. Why don't we move on to the next slide? Again, things As I hinted up front here, that everything's important. Everything on this slide basically ranges from 7 out of 10 to more closer to 8 out of 10 who feel like these are important. See, those darker mustard color bars are starting to get down in the 30s. So these are all kind of a tick below, with the exception of maybe the first item here. The intensity is a little bit lower. So this has to do with sustainable living programs, communications programs, after school programs, senior programs, and attracting new employers. They're all seen as very important, but a little less intensity than those other public safety and infrastructure items that we had on the first slide. Next slide, please. And I think this is the last slide in the importance battery here. Again, in the right-hand column, let's go right to the bottom. Nothing gets below 58%. And those dark brown bars, that's the percentage of respondents who says it's not important. That the highest that gets is 13%. So no one's dismissing any of these services as not important, but you'll see those darker bars on the far left, the mustardy, dark mustard bars get down more into the 20s. And here you see things related to bike paths, arts and cultural activities, and particularly interesting given what we're going to see in some of these other slides here are issues related to housing affordability and homeless services, particularly because we saw that the city was not seen as necessarily affordable in one of the earlier questions we had in this presentation. All right, so next slide. And now we're going to move on to those same list of services, but we're going to ask how satisfied you are with them. All right, next slide, please. So in this case, we have a binary scale of you're satisfied or dissatisfied. Again, those mustardy color bars are the positives, the satisfaction levels. And you'll see that you see a lot of the same things that were on the first slide of the importance battery here as well. A lot of public safety and infrastructure items with high levels of satisfaction, including police and emergency response. We see things just general public facilities, water systems, public parks. Again, satisfaction levels are all above 70%. Let's move on to the second slide here in this series. Okay, so now a couple of different things are going on here. One is the intensity of the satisfaction is getting smaller. Those bars are all kind of hovering around 1 and 5. The dissatisfaction levels, a couple of them are getting up into the 20s. And simultaneously, for some of these items, those gray bars in the middle are getting bigger. And those are respondents who said, I don't have an opinion one way or another. It may be that, well, the first item here on the list is supporting a diverse range of arts and cultural activities. About 1 in 5 residents who took the survey said, I don't know, I can't be satisfied one way or another. And maybe that's because they just don't participate in them or just unfamiliar with them. So that's those the two different dynamics are going on here. I think the one I want you to pay most attention to is probably the third one down, which is the paving and repairing of streets and roads. That was up at 28%. 29%, pardon me, dissatisfied, even though about 2/3 said they were still satisfied. Let's go to the last slide here in this particular series. And you'll see for the first time, we have that dashed red line where a couple things fell below 50% in terms of the levels of satisfaction. And those were affordability of housing, supporting policies for affordable housing, and services for those who are homeless. I will also note on here that some of these items have pretty low satisfaction levels and relatively low dissatisfaction levels at the same time, but really big don't knows. For example, the fifth item down here, basically the permitting and licensing, 41% of respondents were like, I don't know. So although the overall satisfaction level is very low at 50%, that 50% to 9% ratio is incredibly positive. It's just a lot of people are unfamiliar with that particular service the city provides. So now we're going to put those two together. So next slide, please. So what we're going to do is, it's helpful to think about this as in an ideal world, the services deemed most important by your residents are also the ones with the highest levels of satisfaction. And it can help you think about resource allocation as you embark on the next year's budget cycle here. And if there's an area where there's a disconnect, and a service that's deemed important where the satisfaction level falls lower than you might expect, then that may be something you want to prioritize going forward. So I'm gonna go through a couple graphical ways of combining this data. Next slide, please. Oh. So I will just say out the gate here, if we're just looking at satisfaction levels and those who think services are extremely very important, everything you've got is on the right side of the quadrant. You don't have anything that's seen as really important by a large majority with satisfaction levels that are way down low. So everything's sort of in the right side of the quadrant here. If you can click the next slide, please. Yeah, so everything's basically on the good side here. One more time, please. But what we're going to do for here and the rest of these calculations is, if you remember the satisfaction numbers, like the licensing and permitting 41% didn't have an opinion, let's take out the don't knows from the satisfaction calculations and then reprocess those numbers here to come up with what we're calling an informed satisfaction. So let's get the don't knows out and let's just try to zoom in on just the satisfaction levels based upon people who have an opinion. And you'll see again, this cluster is all in the upper right-hand corner, which is where you want it to be. Next slide, please. So what we're going to do, though, is try to unpack this. So the context here is I'm squinting and picking to try to find places where there's a little bit of disconnect. The big picture is that everything's sort of in the right area, though. So I'm kind of picking your bones here a little bit. Next slide. So let's zoom in. So you see the scale has changed. We've gone from just 50 to 100% on both scales. So now we're zoomed in and we can kind of look at this a little more carefully. If you click the next slide. So yeah, we shifted the axis. Next slide, please. And if you kind of put like a trend line in here, you see it's pretty flat, but there's a pretty good clumping of most of the services. The importance level goes up, satisfaction level goes up, so that's pretty good. We've got just a couple of outliers. And if you can advance the slides. Next slide. Yeah, click the next slide here. You'll see two of them kind of stand out here. Providing services to people who are homeless and the policy supporting affordable housing. They're not the most important services, but they really fall below all the other things that are seen with a similar level of importance in terms of their satisfaction levels. So there's a bit of a disconnect there, a little bit, in terms of the importance to satisfaction levels around housing and homeless issues. Again, these are not the most important services by how the respondents answered these questions, but place where there's a little bit of a disconnect. And then advance the slide one more time. And if you're looking further up here, roads might be the other thing. The satisfaction levels are still pretty high, but you've almost got 9 and 10 who feel like it's extremely very important. And the satisfaction levels are around 70%. So that may be one of the other areas where you might want to spend a little more time looking at. And again, as Ashwini noted, there's many different inputs you have to consider when it comes to your planning and budgeting. This is one of them, and we're just trying to find little spots here to draw your attention to. Next slide, please. We added this question new this time around, which is we give a hypothetical budget process. So that's the language we're giving here. Everyone got $100 to spend. Let's pretend the city's budget's only $100. And here are the 6 priority areas that line up with the city's plans here. And how would you divvy up that $100? This is without the benefit of understanding how some services cost more than others by and large. But this is not meant to be that 25% of the budget should be on public safety and almost 13% should be on transportation and transit. This just helps us get a relative rating between them. And you'll see public safety is in kind of its own tier, about a quarter of the money. And then you have the next 2 items here, neighborhoods and housing and economic development, basically kind of in the second tier. And the other items, environment, community wellness, and open, I think it's open space, transportation and transit were kind of in the 3rd tier. Again, this is just another input to think of how residents would divide up the dollars in a hypothetical budget. And you can see there is a little bit of a prioritization there. Next slide. This is a little bit different, but from you're trying to think about how the city can deal with the recovery from the pandemic here. If you recall, the I think it was in the mid 70s, as Ashwini helped me remember, in terms of satisfaction levels with how well the city is doing responding to the coronavirus. But we did ask an open-ended question: what should the city do? And we get back a lot of different things. We group them together into different categories. And this is very much an art and science here. And you can mention many different items and many different thoughts. So these percentages are out to more than 100%. But we're trying to figure out, like, if you're, what the priorities are top of mind. Supporting small businesses and things dealing with housing and homelessness were mentioned the most, not by a wide margin. But then a lot of other items were, pardon me, were kind of in the same bucket. Opening up places of getting together, including schools and churches, addressing crime, enforcing the mask mandate. We're kind of curious if there was anything that would really pop up specifically. In terms of ramping up for vaccinations, kind of in the middle of everything else that was mentioned here as well. This is one I'm curious when we come back if there was any here. Thank you for moving on here. Perfect. This is just a selection of some of those open-ended responses. This is something that I'm curious if the council has anything from that list was surprising, given what you hear from constituents on a day-to-day basis. So these are just kind of a few illustrative comments that were reflective on the prior slide here. All right, why don't we move on to the next slide, since this was all in the packet. I think this is the last section here, is interacting with the city itself. So go to the next slide, please. So in the last couple of years, have you actually had interaction with somebody? And this is intended to not be like, well, I got a newsletter, but like I had some sort of back and forth, phone, in person, via email. And just about a little less than 2 in 5 said they had it. 38% said, yep. And interestingly enough, it's older residents and higher income residents were the ones who are most likely to have had contact with the city. Next slide, please. And well, of those individuals, what was your interaction like? Were you satisfied or dissatisfied with the customer service that you got? And just about 3/4, 77% said they were satisfied, including just about 2 in 5, 39% said they were very satisfied. This does leave close to 1/4, 23%, who said they were dissatisfied. So roughly even divide between somewhat and very there. And because that's overall not a bad, the ratio is a 3-to-1 ratio there, but if we're trying to look at the dissatisfaction, who is a little more likely to be dissatisfied? This doesn't mean that white men are by and large dissatisfied with the interactions with the city. It just means they're a little more likely than other residents to have a little more misgivings about their interactions.
How do you measure that first bullet? How do you measure that?
Well, what it means is, I can pull it up here, but it means if the 23% of those who interacted with the city were dissatisfied, maybe I'm making this up, so I don't have it.
Well, don't get up. I won't make you pull the information.
It may mean that like 38% of white men who interacted with the city were dissatisfied, or something along those lines. And so they're disproportionately more likely to be dissatisfied than the average resident who interacted, which is at 23%. So yeah, we're comparing it to that baseline.
I just want to be very sensitive to our diversity here. And I don't want to put a bullet point on any group, age, race, culture, or anything without proper measure. So I feel a little uncomfortable with that box there. So I know you have the data. I know it's not easy for you to pull, and I don't want to spend time pulling the data. But I do understand everything you do is data, so I respect it. But I just want to put it in a box without any type of disaggregated data.
Well, my guess, Mayor, was actually pretty close. It was 34% of white men, 32% of white residents ages 18 to 49. So basically everything in that box is kind of
break it down each one. I mean, I do want to be very specific to the data, and so I definitely acknowledge the data 100%. But if you can at least list the percentages, or if you could explain to us each bullet here, just so that it's not so broad. I want to be very scientific here.
All right, so maybe for the purposes, let me write a note here of going
It's only a
forward.
few bullets. It's only 5, so.
Yeah, how about we just add to this slide?
They make it seem like it's all white men or all ages my age range, and it's not. That's not the case. So I just want to be. I don't want to make it seem all ages 30 to 39, which I fall. I don't want to make it seem like all of us are, dissatisfied. So for the respect for the community and our different diversity demographics, I just want to.
Can I ask a related question?
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Finn.
Yeah, Curtis, do you see this trend being similar to other municipalities that you've polled in terms of demographics that are dissatisfied with services? Or is this Milpitas specific? Is there any correlation?
It depends on the community's makeup. I would say that sometimes it's your older residents in general, which we don't see that dynamic here as much. I mean, you see the age 30s, resident or 30s in this category a little bit. It's more likely to be older residents and those with lower levels of income. That's kind of common, but this is a little bit different than other places.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. That's a good point. Okay. Yeah, we can give you those percentages, Curtis. I want to be very specific here with the.
Yeah, so what I can do is update the slides, submit it to the staff with percentages. I'll let you know they're all around 30%. So
okay, there you go. That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. Yeah, but yeah, if it's easily, you could, send it over. I just don't want to make it seem like it's all of those categories. That's not the case, folks. And so I do want to be very respectful to the community members. Okay. Thank you, Curtis. Carry on.
All right, great. Next slide, please. And this is one of our catch-all type questions here, which is, what's the most important thing the city can be doing to improve services? And again, same open-ended structure where we got to kind of categorize the responses and do our best to put them in somewhat mutually exclusive categories. The number one thing was actually more transparency and communication, some versions of that. And then everything else was a single digit sort of category. So there wasn't let's talk about roads or our garbage pickup or even affordable housing or public safety. None of those were like jumping off the list. It was more about transparency and communication, which I think was interesting because it's not a specific service, but it's more just the manner in which communications are done. We go to the next slide. I think we have, a couple of comments here. The classic, there's always, every one of these surveys we get a couple of responses about the odor. So threw that one in here. So just kind of the comments we got here. All right. Move on to the next slide. So I just have 2 concluding slides, and then I'll take a pause from chatting here and go on to the first one. So I think in the big picture takeaways, hey, you got some pretty good positive feedback here. Given a really, I think, tumultuous undersells the last 12 months, but your residents still feel good about living in Milpitas, and they did it, and they feel pretty similar to last year. So I think that's something that you can really hang your hat on here. There's a lot of pride in the city, a lot of feeling that the city is both diverse and that diversity is an asset. And it's a good place to raise a family. I'd recommend other people live here. A lot of really positive attributes that are viewed when it comes to the city of Milpitas. If you're splitting hairs and trying to find something that there's some equivocation about, residents don't feel like it's the most exciting city. Even split there, and a majority don't feel like it's affordable. But that's a sentiment that is common to Councilmember Fan's comment. That's common everywhere in the Bay Area. That's nothing that's unique to Milpitas at all. In terms of things that have changed, that was kind of interesting in the big picture. The percentage you feel like the city is growing too fast, that's gone down from a 50 number to a 40 number to a 30 number. So clearly, whether that is the change from last year to this year is pandemic related or not, I think will be interesting to see, but that doesn't, those growth pressures do not seem to be felt nearly as acutely as they were 2 years ago. And on the public safety side, generally a little more level of safety here as well. I'm gonna go to the last concluding slide here, which is talking about the services and the city government itself. So again, positive responses about the city. Majorities approve of all these different levels of city government that we asked about, from overall government, council, and some of the bigger departments here. There are feelings about the trusting for the plan, the city's future here. Almost 2/3 do, and 3/4 approve of the job the city's done responding to the pandemic. A couple of these city services, there's been a couple of, we didn't put these slides in here just to keep it more concise here. The place where there was the highest level of erosion and satisfaction was this homeless services number. I don't have that as a slide in here, but that went down 10 points, I believe, if my memory serves me. So that was one area, but they're all kind of in the same place, maybe a little bit of an erosion. But the priorities remain basically the same. It's police, public, 911 response, infrastructure issues, still at the top of the list here. And when we asked that hypothetical budget here, the responses were really consistent there as well. Public safety in its own kind of tier, and then the economic development and the neighborhood issues really very much in the middle category. Next slide. I think that's it. Yeah, so I will pause here, Mayor.
Great, thank you so much, Curious. I thought you did an awesome job presenting the community engagement survey. I always appreciate the surveys. We get them periodically, and for our residents that are watching, it's pretty neat. Let's go to public comment real quick, get that out the way. If there's any attendees for public comment, yes. And yes, it is 2 minutes. Yes, it is 2 minutes. And so first up, Voltaire Montemayor, let's go.
I'm sure you could hear me now. Oh, yeah, I enjoy living in Milpitas. One of the best places in the world to stay. But one thing that we cannot have for now, Coliseum, grandstand, competitions, in other words, extracurricular activities, seeing all the sports. We need to discover the Milpitas talents, and we need to enjoy. And someday, it's hard to mention all of them, but I want I want to see PRT shining over the hills, not disturbing the owners of the hills. I mean, the properties of the hillside people. But I want Milpitas shining all over the world in considering all this enjoyment, because we enjoy staying here already. And I see all whatever there, and we are not selective of demographics. We include everybody. I'm one of those in the list that dissatisfied, but I am the other one. I am the other side. I'm satisfied. Thank you. Very nice presentation. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Urvish Kumar Mehta.
I think it is important that when the surveys are being conducted, it's not just the surveys are not to be just a preliminary results of that how the law enforcement or the prevention, crime prevention, or any particular set of order that is to be maintained within the city. But I think it is more important about the voice of a people, that what is being followed and what is being not followed. When there is any set of a dissatisfaction between the citizen and between the people, they have a different voice, they have a different opinion about the survey, then it clearly shows that they have a disappointment towards that how the city is being maintained. It is important to understand that what citizen wants, and then take the surveys into account. It's just not about verbally or putting the feedback into the percentage, but it is more about that what actually the dissatisfaction or somewhat satisfied or satisfied percentage are showing. When there is a larger number of somewhat satisfaction or dissatisfaction or not satisfaction is out there, it clearly shows that what number of people are actually satisfied. And when those satisfactions are not met, it means that there is a lot more scope of improvement that is to be done for the city of Milpitas. And also, it is not just specifically to the citizens that what they want. It is also including the bureaus. It also includes the different agencies. It also includes the different commissioners of respective the commission, as well as includes city employees, city staff, city manager, city attorney as well. So this is a very comprehensive survey. If this concludes to be a very comprehensive survey, then there is a larger set of a dissatisfaction here. And in order to convert that dissatisfaction into satisfaction, I think everybody understand that what is required to be done. It's now it clearly shows that what those numbers speaks for itself.
Okay, next up, Frank Bush. Welcome, Frank.
Hello. Yeah, I have a question on the survey regarding the homeless issues. Were the homeless people, included in the survey, people surveyed, or was it, this is just the view of the people who are, on the internet or responded to the survey?
We'll go to Curtis here. Curtis, you want to jump in here?
Sure, yeah, happy to answer. So we did not conduct a survey of homeless residents to ask their opinions. This was, the sample we used were residential addresses in the community. So that could include some individuals who are housing insecure, who are transient. They may have been there when the phone was ringing or got the postcard or something like that. But no, it was we didn't specifically target that population. That's a very different type of survey research that requires in-person interviewing, and kind of beyond the scope of what we were doing in this particular survey.
Yeah, because the people who are homeless, might have a different opinion than the people that you did survey, though.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's right. I think it's a different type of research instrument, but yeah, I think that could be very well true.
Thank you so much, Frank, for asking the question. That is something I would say relatively newer here in this day and age in our community. So that's something that we can really put more attention to as we go forward. We'll put more attention to it. So great having the answers here from Curtis. All right, that's it with public comment for this agenda item. That's it, folks. I don't see any further raised hands. That's it for this item. Back to the City Council. I think that our survey results are healthy. I really like the healthy numbers, as Curtis mentioned, very consistent, which I think is a good thing most oftentimes. Definitely areas for improvement. It's really key for the City Council and city staff, City Hall, to really continue to be connected with the community and try to really understand the pulse of the people, community of Milpitas. And so this is one very useful best practice tool that I'm glad that we are implementing and executing. I will go to my colleagues for any comments as we just received this survey. If there's any comments from my colleagues, any comments, any virtual raise hands, I'll call on you. But if there are none, I do see one here, Councilmember Finn.
Thank you. Curtis, have you seen the fact that we're in a pandemic? Have you seen response rates changed? With respect to your methodology in previous surveys?
Yeah, that's a good question. And the answer is yes, but those changes have faded away. So when in the March-April timeframe, we weren't conducting a lot of surveys, and we came back in the May-June frame, and we're doing a lot of research particularly as different localities were gearing up for placements in California. And a phenomenon that was seen nationwide was that response rates to telephone interviews went up in that May, June, July timeframe. It was just simply easier to get people on the phone because everyone was sitting at home and doing nothing else. And so that was different during the summer months. Come fall and winter, though, things have settled back down, and response rates kind of look the same as they did pre-pandemic. So there was a little brief window where people were very eager to spend 20 minutes on the phone with somebody, and that's sort of dissipated a little bit.
That said, the primary method you use is phone, right?
We try to shoot for a relatively even balance from online and phone.
Are you working on at FM3 new methodology to incorporate data collection from like transient communities or other communities that may not have access to internet or a phone line?
Well, we have been increasingly using text invitations in the same way we use a postcard or an email invitation. We have not done the type of research where if you're trying to communicate and collect the opinions of those who are homeless is sort of a different set of skills than we have, because that has a very, let's say, it is a one-to-one communication that you have to do in person. And we don't do a lot of that type of research. There are other folks in more of the social services realm that do more of that, frankly, than we do.
Certainly, that makes sense. I guess something to consider, like for communities that would still have, I guess, limited access to modes of communication. So for example, communities that can get to like a senior center, if you're polling on a question that pertains to that demographic, then you may be able to coordinate, with that additional party. I certainly understand that, that's a additional hurdle that you have to overcome. But if it's relevant to the question, that may be something to include in future methodology. But yeah, overall, I was very impressed with your presentation. Do you have additional crosstabs that haven't been presented yet that we may be able to have access to?
Yeah, we have. Ashwini, looks like you're jumping in here.
Well, I was just going to say, I thought we included that in the attachment, but if there's maybe some slides, Kurt, that we can follow up with and send to council, that would be good.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I'm just a nerd on those things. But lastly, I just wanted to thank you for the work that you're doing and the work that you performed for the city. Your services were on the dot when it came to Measure F, and was very helpful in just getting all of that through and coordinating with the entire electoral process. So thank you for continuing to be the golden standard here. Looking forward to hearing from you again in the future.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Okay, if there's no further requests, I want to thank Curtis. Curtis, thank you so much for being with us here tonight. I hope you stop drinking your coffee and rest. It's
empty.
This item has good. This item has been received. Thank you very much, Curtis. You have a great evening.
All right. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Okay, moving on here, item number 8, fiscal year 2021, second quarter financial status report and mid-year budget amendments. And we're going to our deputy city manager.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Could I have the presentation, please? So let me just start off while IT is loading the presentation. Walter Rossman, Deputy City Manager. The item before you today is about the mid-year budget. We have 6 months of expenditures and revenues received. We're going to look at the second quarter financial status report to share with you where we are standing right now. And typically, per our fiscal policies and budget guidelines, we bring forth a mid-year budget adjustments to make sure that if general fund, all other funds as necessary, are rebalanced in order to make sure that we close out the year in a surplus with the general fund and other funds. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the financial status as we stand as of 12/31/2020. You have heard me already talk about this in the January 26th study session, and as we know, on this also November 17th with the first quarter status report, we do need to rebalance the general fund. You see a bunch of recommendations to achieve that. I want to give an update on the COVID-19 expenditures, because they're amounting to about more than $4 million since the beginning of the pandemic. And then lastly, per our guidelines, provide you an updated report, a quarterly report on the unanticipated expenditure reserve. Enterprise funds, they're doing well, so you'll just see an update there quickly. And then I'm going to spend a little bit of time on the budget amendment recommendations and next steps, how those recommendations also affect not just this fiscal year, but next fiscal year as well. Next slide, please. Next one. So what you see here is the adopted budget, $117 million. The amended budget, some various council actions the council took. Mainly, this is a receipt of grant funds on the revenue side and the related expenditure on the expenditure side. But the key thing is revenues and other sources that would be transfers in, not necessarily at par. They're at 24%. Several reasons for this. Obviously, sales tax, transit occupancy tax, and charges for services were significantly impacted by the pandemic. And lastly, which you know as well from last year's presentation previously, the majority of property tax we receive in the second half of the fiscal year, starting with January, when we pay our property tax as residents in December. And then obviously when the second payment comes in April, we receive that in May. And then expenditures, we're doing well. We take off, and we are definitely saving money on the personnel and non-personnel side, which allows us to rebalance this budget for this fiscal year and save up money for next fiscal year. Next slide, please. So here are the COVID-19 expenditures. I broke it down between last fiscal year and this fiscal year. We see the total expenditures on the top, total third line down, $2.5 million was spent last year, less this year, because obviously we learned how to work with the pandemic, there are less expenditures we are occurring, but it is $4.2 million. We received $1 million from the federal government. There was the coronavirus relief funds with a second stimulus package signed under the previous administration. And hopefully there's talk in Washington that indeed they will provide another funding source for local governments. How much we will get, I don't know yet, but it will be done by formula. And then FEMA reimbursements, the maximum I expect to receive as of 12/31 is about $680,000. But I do have to tell you, it is very difficult to work with FEMA, and we get nickel and dimed, unfortunately, requesting lots of information and documentation of every little expenditures which we have spent, which will be eligible for reimbursement. Staff is working on, yes.
That's even with the current administration?
It hasn't changed yet. I think it will take
see.
time to trickle down, but I hope that it will change. That is indeed my hope. But we have 3 to 4 staff members working on this, not full time, but we split up the work to get the reimbursements, and we're working with all city departments to achieve that goal. So basically, if you get fully reimbursed by FEMA, we're looking at $1.6 million, not including any future relief package from the federal government. But we're looking at minimum reimbursement or unreimbursed costs, the cost which we are bearing of about $2.6 million. I do have to say these are budgeted and unbudgeted costs, which leads me to the next slide. So in order to pay just for the unbudgeted amounts for last quarter, that's from October 1st until end of December, we use the unanticipated expenditure reserve, which is under the control of the city manager, and he authorized about $240,000 of expenditures, unbudgeted ones related to the coronavirus pandemic response. And it's typical things which we do. We're keeping our facilities clean, with cleaning services, supplies, PPE, personal protective equipment, first responders, UV sterilizer, legal services as needed, emergency response center staffing, we staffed up a little bit, and etc. So that gives you an idea where we spend our money, which is not budgeted. Next slide, please. I do want to bring in reserve status. So no change in reserve since the last time you saw it when I presented the comprehensive annual financial report. And we do not expect at this time to reduce reserves by the year end of this fiscal year. So we currently have total bottom line, we expect to have about $76 million in reserves by the end of this fiscal year. Does not include any future expenditure savings or maybe additional revenue, which may help us increase our reserves level by the end of this fiscal year. And this report will bring to you usually in fall of 21 as we start closing out the books. Next slide, please. Utility funds, next slide. So I'll show you first the water fund doing well, revenues coming in higher than expected or higher than 6 months par 50%, expenditure lower than 50%. So that's how you want to see this. And any savings will be allocated to reserves as part of the year-end process. Next slide, please. Sewer fund revenues are below par, but they're still higher than expenditures. So 47.6% of revenues have come in, and for expenditures have been 46.3%. So we are also doing well in that fund. Next slide, please. So let me spend a little bit of time going into detail what happened with the revenues, how we project them lower. And you've seen this already as part of the study session in January, where I talked about impacts to revenues. And actually, as you might recall, in fall, I updated the forecast just for this fiscal year alone. Next slide, please. Property tax is no change, but it's important for you to see what is happening there. There are two components there are several components of property tax. But the gains which we have on the residential and commercial side of $2 million, which are estimated by the county for the remainder of the fiscal year, are offset by a loss of the Education Revenue Augmentation Fund. This is extra property tax cities receive once the schools are fully funded, and it's still in dispute with the state whether we will receive the funding. City manager and assistant city manager both worked with Assembly Member Lee in order to see whether he can intervene and find out for us what will happen to this era of funds. We do hope we get it back, but right now we have not received it. The county has not told us they will receive any funds anytime soon. So if we get this back, it will be $2 million, even if it's one time, in order to help us solve our deficit. Sales tax is based on the latest consumption projection by a consultant. We're taking about $5 million down, primarily because of COVID. Same thing with TOT. Also reduction, which is quite significant. License and permits, that's building permits, a little slow activity, but not sufficiently. It's pretty good. We're doing pretty well. The other piece item, a larger item, is charges for services, primarily recreation. We obviously revamped our service. Recreation and Community Services Department has done a great job in providing virtual classes, virtual services, but we have definitely less activity than previously, and we'd have to take the revenue down, which is partially or mostly offset with expansion savings as well, which you will see in a second. We're also adjusting for the passport program. We obviously don't have access to City Hall, and so we are taking the revenue down for this item as well. Use of money and property, that's your interest income for the city's investment pool. Unfortunately, the stimulated economy, the Federal Reserve has dropped on interest rates dramatically. That affects our interest income. And this is the last item is a correction to align what we can fund through the CFD 2000 Community Facilities District 2008. We were overstating the revenue by $400,000, which you need to correct. Next slide, please. So the total downward adjustment was negative 18 million. So the upward adjustment of 13 million. So there's some good news there, but some of them require your amendment or your action as well, especially in the operating transfers in, which is the bottom line. So sales tax Measure F, this is the first quarter we expect to receive. Starting April 1st, Measure F will go into effect, and that's about $1.2 million. We will not see that revenue until August. By August, but we can accrue it to this fiscal year, hence I'm recognizing it here. Intergovernmental, there's the $2.6 million. There's the federal government coronavirus relief fund. Some reimbursements for overtime. The fire department last fire season obviously was deployed multiple times to combat wildfires, and that's a reimbursement of the overtime which we had to pay for. And then you have Employment Development Department. We have a higher bill for unemployment expenditures because anybody who's worked here and was laid off is the right to collect unemployment, and we get 50% of the cost back from the federal government through the state. And then lastly, it's a small grant here. The other revenues, two little items. First, the way we structured the debt issuance for the lease for the fire station number 2 and the energy efficiency projects, we're actually paying ourselves, so to say, with the debt issuance for the first payment of the interest only done in June, and then the next year's budget has everything built in to pay off the debt for the next 20 years, and the forecast includes that as well. Here's we accumulated through a provider for dental benefit and a reserve balance, which is in excess of the reserve balance. And so we're bringing $200,000 back to the general fund. Operating transfers in. I do want to spend on both items a little bit of time. First, there's a loan repayment. So in 2014, the general fund loaned to the transit area SP plan.
Yeah.
Specific plan, thank you. See, that's one the finance guy needs to learn development. It's their specific plan, about $5.4 million, thank you, Mayor. And the fund balance in that fund is about $60 million right now, which is repaying the general fund of the loan, which was issued or approved by the council about 6 years ago. 2 years ago, when we did quite well, this council decided to transfer $4 million into the government CIP fund. The current fund balance in this fund is $13 million, and we're recommending to reverse the contribution, and in order to balance this year's budget of 2021 of the, well, you'll see in a second of about, yeah. Let's just go to the next slide. But basically, to help us balance this year's budget. Then we talked about the expenditures reimbursed by revenues. Those two items I mentioned before: fire mutual aid and the payment for the fire station number 2 lease revenue bonds. Next slide, please.
Let me pause it here. So so would it be beneficial to our revenues to continue to have fire mutual aid?
It benefits us. So yeah, if you go up 2 slides. Thank you for your question, Mayor. One more. No, go upwards. Yeah, you're going the wrong way.
Sorry. Oh, you know what? I don't want to jump too far ahead.
There we go. Right here. So if you look at the second bullet, the third dash, fire mutual aid administrative reimbursement. So what happens here is the $1.2 million is the cost of the overtime and some wage-related costs like in Medicare, which we have to pay. The $200,000 below that is an overhead which we're getting paid for, and this overhead benefits the general fund because the fire department is mostly general fund funded. And so it goes to fund balance to help us balance this year's cost. So yeah, the benefit is slightly there. The considerations which the fire chief would jump in right away, I would think. He would say that there's an overtime issue, there's a capacity issue. We cannot just deploy our folks.
Staffing, yeah.
Yeah, we need to make sure that we basically are covered here with our capacity in our firefighters, but we do participate in mutual aid if we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I understood. Yeah. Okay, carry on.
2 slides, please. There we go. So here, $6.6 million of expenditure savings. They are significant as well. The first one is, I talked about this before, it's the paying for the benefit of return medical benefit, which we give our retirees. I worked with the accounting department, this external accounting, excuse me, fiscal external auditor. Let's see if they have to drink some water.
Yeah, it's fine. Maybe,
So work through that issue. So that's savings for our city across all funds. Then we have what we did is, you see this today, we have about 13.75 positions. These are vacant positions, mostly vacant for at least 6 months to 2 years, close to 18 months, to take them down to actually start defunding those positions. $1.5 million for this fiscal year and 10% reduction. And there's an effect on next fiscal year as well, which you see later on in the slide. Then, as we have saved money, I mentioned this before, we have been implementing the managed hiring freeze and also expenditure freeze, and that will allow us to take $1.3 million of anticipated savings out of the department's budget to balance this fiscal year. Temporary salary reductions, part of the concessions which some of our bargaining units have worked out with the city, MPOA already was supposed to get a salary increase of 5% on January 1st, and we're taking those savings down now. And then there was a suspension of the executive staff car allowance, which due to the pandemic. Next slide, please. Next slide. Savings for reductions in community services department because we're offering less classes. The county library will not open, so we're with a budget of about $162,000 in there. That's the savings for that. Non-personal savings is part of the anticipated savings, which we expect. And then a few little items, basically to reallocate costs, take it out of budget events which are not going to happen, such as community promotions or employee recognition, and we eliminate the conference service to employees. Next slide, please. So which positions are we talking about? These are positions which, as I mentioned, are all vacant. They have been vacant for 18 months at minimum. The majority of them have been added through the budget process. We're unable to fill them primarily because of staff capacity in HR, and then the pandemic hit, and we realized we need to start freezing positions on non-essential ones or for council direction. So that's what you see here across the department. The service level impact is minimal because all those positions have been vacant for a long period already. It also includes temporary staff reductions of about 800,000, and there's a funding realignment, basically of shifting funds or costs from staff from the general fund to the capital fund, capital program. And you heard about Steve Erickson talked about this during this last presentation, during the study session for the capital CIP. Next slide, please. We also recommending to take money from your budget of temporary salary and benefits. That's the portion of the interns which you have not spent until today. So we are not defunding more than that in case you choose to hire interns for the remainder of the fiscal year. Community promotion, that's what I just mentioned before. Since we can't have any community events anyway, which you would be supporting with those funds, we are recommending to remove those dollars from your budget. It's about $100,000 coming out of the council's budget. Next slide, please. So this is the grand tally. That's where I want to go before. So we had a revenue loss and downward adjustments of about $80 million. Upward adjustments of revenues of 12.2. Revenue offset by expenditures 1.58. So we're looking at from our revenue side, we're short $4.7 million. Next slide, please. And these will be offset with expenditure in net expenditure savings. Obviously, we have increased expenditures, Department of Appropriations for these two items listed in the parentheses, which I just mentioned before. We have the personnel expenditure reductions of 6.6 million, non-personnel savings of 1.3. So on the savings side, on net expenditure reductions, we are in a positive of $6.2 million. What does this all do? Next slide, please. And here you see it all coming together for you. Basically, between the revenues, which is negative, and the savings we have, we're looking at overall savings of $4.5 million. What we are recommending is that we'll take this expected surplus on the quotation mark and dedicate this towards next year's deficit and establish a 21-22 future deficit reserve. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Just quickly through, just to make sure you see the highlights. These are a bunch of the budget adjustments which we have to do. I'm just showing them for the public so they can see them. It's items I've talked about mainly, slight corrections in our budgets, but they're really minor items. Next slide, please. CIP, we're doing some cleanups, we're establishing a new project, public arts project. The reason why we're doing this is it's really charging any related work from public art, whether it's cleaning, staff support into this particular project. We have some funding reductions of funds which we don't need anymore, but we still can provide the program. We are asking for an increase to the finance system upgrade from utility funds. That's a CIP project in order to replace outdated software. And then the rest of the items are just reimbursements of funding reallocations. These are just cleanups which we have to do. Next slide, please. So what are the next steps? Well, first of all, next slide. We're definitely going to continue to monitor our revenues. make sure that they're coming in, hopefully at the new projections which we put forth. And then we're going to continue managing our expenditures, saving as much as we can. And our goal is to have a positive results, financial results in all funds by the end of the fiscal year, in order to establish and funnel those expenditures or the savings, net savings, into our reserves. But it's also important to look at the proposed budget. On January 26th, and then our first meeting in February, just about 2 weeks ago, we talked about our one-time and ongoing deficit component of the overall deficit. So overall deficit is $7.5 million as projected right now, and the first one-time deficit component is about $3.5 million, and the ongoing is $4 million. The future deficit reserve is a way of solving the one-time portion, or starting to solve it. So the council agrees with the recommendation, setting dollars aside today. We're already starting to work on next year's budget. Also with the mid-year positions, the 13.75 FTEs, what we're recommending to defund them is, again, saving dollars, not just for this fiscal year, but also for next fiscal year. We're starting to chip away on next year's deficit, but there's still a remaining shortfall of $3.36 million. Next slide, please. So how are we gonna address the shortfall? We're going to continue to do a mix of short-term and long-term defunding, elimination of positions in order to minimize service level impact to the community, with definitely a focus on the vacant positions. But we may also have to look at filled positions. Reduction of deferral services and programs due to anticipated lower demand and changing priorities. So recreation is a great example for this. Eventually we'll come off this pandemic, but not very quickly. So we'll intend to set up the budget in such a way to reflect the demand of the deferral services, or demand of the programs, which we anticipate at a post-pandemic environment. We need to look at cost recovery for alignment for development services. And then lastly, definitely as we align the staff with implementation of organizational efficiencies. One thing which we have done, because in response to the pandemic, we've streamlined processes. You have allowed us, by changing ordinances, to streamline our processes. So we're definitely going to look at how can we take those efficiencies, where are they occurring, and then change the staff to complement accordingly. And then obviously increase revenue as allowed by law, which is not much what we can do, but we're definitely looking at it as well. And we'll come forth to you as part of the budget. Next slide, please. That concludes my report, open for questions, and I just want to leave you with a slide here with the recommendations which we have here today. It's reviewing the financial status report, approving the budget amendments, and then lastly, establishing the public art capital improvement project.
Well done. Thank you very much, Walter. I do want to take a moment here to also thank the city manager's office, Stephen Ashwini. I want to thank all our chiefs and department directors and everybody in the city for coming together to make hard decisions within your departments so that we can move forward as a fiscally sound city. I'm very proud of the work everyone on the Zoom here are city leaders, city staff leaders. I know that a lot of people kind of dug deep to do their part in terms of the expenses, and it's not it's harder to make reductions than to make additions. And so I do want to recognize everybody for doing their part here in the city of Milpitas government. You do not go unrecognized, the time and effort and just everything spent. So thank you. I want to check in with Walter here after we go to public comment. Let's go to public comment, get out the other way. Here we go. All right, folks, 2 minutes here. Let's go. Walter Montemurro. All right, we'll get his microphone here.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm impressed. Thank you, Mr. Rushman. You're the best, if not one of the best. Yeah, it's a big picture. We're talking about 7 digits. In me, I could only do the 4 digits when it comes to that amount. Yeah, you did good. The out, the in, and you are in the department. Even though, regardless, I can see the big picture of the 18 and 13, and then the shortfall. Yeah, it's very hard. It's really it's. I admire you. I admire all of you guys. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. Next up, Ruvish Kumar Mehta.
All right. So I see that, what Walter has done in terms of a specification. There are different kind of funds availability, on different kind of a services, that's, applicable as per the city is availing. There's a general fund, there's a water, there's a fire, then there's a valley transportation authority that is being, they are providing the fund. And then there are various bureaus, which is utilizing the funds. However, it is important that, how this number keeps changing at every quarterly or, every 6 months, that is very important. The differentiation of a deficit of minus 18.6 million funds, how those funds are getting into the negative versus, having that value, shown as a depreciating value versus, having that value shows the appreciating value. So it is very important to understand within the finance that, what are the audit reports, that is being cultivated, and how these funds are being managed. That has to be monitored on a quarterly basis. It's not just about the showing the numbers that, how these funds are appreciating or depreciating, but I think it is important to evaluate that, what those funds are being utilized for, how those funds are being depreciated, appreciated, and what are the reports and the audit that is being conducted every year on a financial year basis, so that entire city gets to know that how these funds are being actually utilized. What the measure, with the funds and the reports that is being provided over the meeting, I think it is very unclear that how these numbers are being evaluated. It would be better to show the right set of numbers and also provide the right set of a standard to show that what are the statistics that is being quarterly conducted, and how these funds are being managed.
Thank you for the financial advice. Okay, anybody else for public comment for this item number 8, folks? I do see our attendees and our guests here on the Zoom. Thank you for being with us here tonight, folks. We appreciate every single one of you that are on the Zoom, our great residents, neighbors, community members. We see you. Thanks for tuning in, being with us, not just on YouTube or Facebook, but on the Zoom. That means it's very, very much your dedication is of value. Thank you. Okay, that's it for public comment for number 8. Thank you, everybody. I did see a hand went up and it went down. All right, I'm not seeing ghost virtual hands, am I? Okay, there it is. I thought I seen it. Okay, let's see. Let me scroll over to. It's Allison McDonald. Welcome. And we'll unmute your microphone and we're ready to go.
Thanks. Sorry about that. I double clicked. So I had a question. I appreciate that this is very difficult and complex work. And making cuts is always harder than planning new expenditures when times are good. But I did want to know specifically what positions in building safety and housing that had not been filled that are proposed to be cut. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. And we have our deputy city manager here to respond.
Sure, if you could bring up this PowerPoint slide quickly and I can tell you more specifically which ones they are.
This is awesome. Community connections. But in the meantime, I'll try to provide some fill-in chatter, but I don't want to say cuts. I think a lot of our strategy is actually just freezing. We're freezing a lot of positions. Some of these are very important positions, just not essential at that level of need. But freezing is a key. I do want to say that cuts is certainly one of the last words you want to use. But yes, back to Walter.
Okay, so we have perfect. So you see them right here. Building safety and housing is one is a plan checker and one is a building inspector. Those are the 2 positions.
Fantastic. Love the table here. Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right. And I want to encourage our Milpitas family residents here to always follow up. Don't ever leave a city council meeting thinking you forgot, you didn't get the answer to your question, or you didn't answer your question. You feel free to email all of us. We're on the city website. You can see the organizational chart, names, positions, and who to contact. I mean, these are your tax dollars, folks. And we're here to work for you. So thank you. That's a public comment for this item number 8. I just be really quick here. I just want to say that the numbers are encouraging here. You know, I feel like our city hall and virtually has been very, very heightened with the economy locally, as well as every level higher. You know, we're all very concerned here in City Hall about how our world is right now. I mean, I think we've all adjusted pretty well here in Milpitas, and we're just moving along. But I know that there are, you know, it's kind of like an up and down thing. Some days we're really worried about our city, and other days that we're feeling very faithful about how things are going to happen. So to all the residents at home watching, I know that a lot of folks in City Hall, staff and council, you know, this is the number one thing for us, balancing the budget. That's our number one job task. And, you know, I will say, you know, it's stressful. It's super stressful, and no one shows it. No one shows it. We're all very professional, but we're all human at the same time. But we're proceeding forward in a very strong manner. You see our deputy city manager, Walter, our financial expert, if I may say, you know, there's a lot of weight on that person's shoulders as well as everybody else. And so we're working hard for you folks. We appreciate all the understanding as we get through this. My one last thing, Walter, is for the mid-year budget amendments. You know, that's kind of the key thing. Can we go over those really quick in terms of maybe the sum? I want to see the total sum of what we're amending.
Sure. Can you bring up the PowerPoint again, please?
And for the benefit of the residents as well. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So go towards the back of the presentation. So one slide, click on one. One more. Okay. So so the reductions, the primary source side or revenue side is the operating transfers in, paying off the loan, and repaying or reversal of the capital contribution. Those are the biggest items on revenue side. And on the expenditure savings side, maybe go 2 more slides back of the presentation, so go backwards. There we go. There we go.
Total is good, yeah, the total.
Yeah, there we go. It's the benefit, the cost for the benefit. The benefit stays the same for the retirement medical plan, but the cost for it is differently assessed by the actuary based on an understanding of the accounting principles. Then we have position temporary salary reductions. These are the 13.75 positions. Then we have savings, which we know departments are going to have, which we're going to take out already, $1.3 million. And then recreation temporary salary reduction, that's the item because the department obviously doesn't offer as many classes and services that we can hire less temporary staff. Therefore, we're taking those savings. Then you have the wage adjustment or the wage increase, which was planned for January 1st, but the MPOA in the side letter agreed to forego that wage increase. And then we have the suspension of the car allowance. Next slide. And here we have additional reductions from community services.
Right, I clearly remember these slides, okay. But I just want to see, I want to ask kind of the total here.
The total, so let's go next one. Next one. Next one. Okay, so here you see the revenue side coming together. So we're short in the revenues about $4.7 million. Next one. Here's the expenditures of $6.2 million, which we are saving. So that's a positive number for us.
Black, yeah. Okay.
Black, exactly. We like black. I sure do. Next slide, please. And here you see the grand summary. So basically, we expect to have savings, net savings after we offset all the revenues, losses of $1.45 million. And that's establishing the future deficit reserve to start paying towards the deficit we expect to have next fiscal year.
Okay, fantastic. I'm glad you see Walter's always very methodical. You know, I just, Walter, let me get the total or the sum. He's showing me how you get there, but that's that financial management
Thank you.
perspective. Yes, that's really very much clear and with due diligence and pragmatics. I appreciate that. But folks, yeah, this is it right here. This is it right here. This is the big one. So I'm very again thankful to our city staff for making this happen, and also meeting with our city council to gain input and I'll obviously go with the direction. And this is something that we've been working on. So thank you so much. Let me go to public comment. I do see a person here. I did close public comment, but I do want to be very open and fair. So, for those who haven't spoken, yeah, so if you have not spoken on this one, so I do see a virtual raise hand for R. Walker.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Tran, Councilwoman, council members. I had a quick question. I just want, can you guys hear me? I know I had some technical difficulties.
You're good, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I know this is the hardest thing probably any of us have had to deal with. Everybody everywhere has to deal with budget cuts. So a question about Parks and Recs. Obviously I coach at the high school, advocate for youth sports. I know that sports is going to be eventually opening up, maybe not the same as we know it. I know I've been working with other cities as far as utilizing some of their services. I'm concerned about making cuts in Parks and Recs because I think we might need more people to kind of help utilize and help protect these kids and help guide these youth sports organizations into the transition that we're going to have to make into offering something for these kids. So I know other cities have, like, such as Fremont, of course they have different budgets than we do, but they have a lot of staff to help guide the youth organizations in these helping them open back up, right? So I just want to make sure, I know everything's subjective because it kind of depends on how many staff that those departments currently have, as opposed to how many positions you're not going to fill. But I just want to make sure that there's enough staff to keep the kids safe, because I know that's going to be important. It's going to take a lot of woman power to do this. And I just want to make sure that we remember that and consider that when we're planning on this. But thank you, because I know it's a hard decision. But I just want to make sure that that sticks in the back of everybody's mind, that things that we're planning on growing, maybe we should just like you talked about the ADUs. So yeah, the planning department might,
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You.
Yeah, your voice is heard, and we're going to be working on the next budget in the months ahead. So definitely we'll be, remembering the voices of those that we represent, and it's such an honor. So thank you very much. Okay, back to the council. I said my part. I do want to go to my colleagues with any virtual raised hands, and now's the time. Any virtual raised hands from my colleagues? Again, a job well done by our Milpitas employee staff team here. It's just, I couldn't ask for a better group of leaders within the city staff. I mean, this is, very comprehensive, and no stone was left unturned. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah. Okay, great. If I don't see any virtual raised hands, I'm going to make a motion to really approve A, B, and C here. But I do see a virtual raised hand. It's from our Vice Mayor, Carmen Montana.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to thank staff for creating that new future deficit reserve. I think that's a very creative idea. So we've got 1.5 future deficit reserve million. So I do like that. And I do like the fact that we're on the right direction of not filling those vacancy positions, because the majority of this presentation was not filling positions. So that's where there's a savings. And I know this is just round one or a series of rounds in this budget until the May and June is when we really, so this is just the first step. And I know that we're going to have to be making deeper cuts, but I'm glad that we're on the right direction. So I want to thank staff for being creative with this future deficit reserve, creating another pot. So that way it'll take off from the using the our regular reserve budget. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'll move to approve item number 8 as listed on the agenda. After we go to the council here we go. I see a whole wave of hands. Yeah. All right. Next up here, we have Council Member Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Just if I can call on Walter again, please.
Sure.
I just have a quick question for, I think this could be a question that our residents might be asking too, and for transparency as well. What is our reserve? And with this adjustment, the mid-year adjustment, where are we?
Sure. Reserve levels are at $80 million right now, and with the mid-year adjustment, it goes up by the $1.5 million. Actually, you know what? If you could bring up the PowerPoint slide again.
Yeah.
Because I just realized they gave you the
Yeah.
July 1st number, and they give you the June 30th expected number, which is $76 million. But with the PowerPoint slide, it'll be easier. Go about 10 slides back. More. 5 more. Okay. 2 more. 1 more. There it is. So I hope it shows up on the screen properly, but you see down there $75 million is the expected estimated reserve balance of 6/30/21. Once you add in the 1.5, by the end of fiscal year, you're going to have the 76 point, I can't see this so well, unfortunately, on my screen. It will be 76 to $77 million. But don't forget, the future deficit reserve, what we plan to do with this is on July 1st, we'll liquidate it in order to balance out next year's budget. So for next fiscal year, we hope to have the $76 million plus any expenditure savings from this fiscal year to start building up our reserves again.
So my question is, these reserves that we identified here, those
No.
Oh, wait.
Sorry.
These are contingency reserve, all these ones, right? Or am
Yeah,
I looking at?
so the future deficit reserve is not identified on this chart. And the reason is because I'm giving you the reserve balance as of 12/31/2020, which is the end of the second quarter. And it requires council action for the budget amendments. I didn't want to presume council action. That's why it's not included yet. In the third quarter report, we're going to come to you in May, most likely. It will include the reserve.
Oh, that's what I was kind of looking at those. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much, Walter.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up, Councilmember Fan.
I just want to thank the different departments. A lot of number of departments have stepped up voluntarily to make concessions. You know, these are difficult times, and I do want to say that I'm very proud of those who did step up. You know, I recognize that it may be overwhelming to hear of budget cuts, of additional cuts, even just a freezes, you know, that sense of uncertainty that you may have. But, you know, I would say to all the employees, to all the groups out there, to, you know, keep morale strong, keep your head up. Things will get better. This is temporary, and we will get back. I'm certain of it. But thank you for stepping up during this time.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. And Vice Mayor Montano, if you could lower your virtual raised hand, because members of the public are watching and the hand does show on your screen. Just for folks that are watching, we want to make sure that it's easy here on the eyes to see the virtual raised hand. Okay, great. If there's any further requests, I will make the motion to approve item number 8 as listed on the agenda A, B, C.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor? Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chula.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. Item number 8 has been, motion carries. It's been approved. Thank you very much. Well done. All right, moving on here to item number 13. Per council member Evelyn Chua, discuss allocation of an amount not to exceed $50,000 towards hotel vouchers for homeless residents during cold winter months and frequent power outages. And we will go to the requestor, Council Member Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. IT, can you please put up there you go. Thank you so much. First, I want to thank my fellow council members for allowing this to be discussed today because of your approval 2 weeks ago. And actually, with the help of staff, we learned a lot during the last 2 weeks. Oh, pilot program. It's an immediate, temporary, short-term housing accommodation. Next slide, please. What is it? It's a pilot program for 30 days to provide hotel vouchers to the most vulnerable Milpitas residents during winter of 2021. Next slide, please. Who are the most vulnerable Milpitas residents? This pilot project, or I call it phase 1, we're focusing on the unhoused seniors and the unhoused physically challenged residents. Next slide, please. Why are we doing this? There's a need for immediate, temporary, and short-term housing during cold season. Currently, the city does not have such program. It is an easy and simple tool for Milpitas PD to have a short-term, to address short-term shelter for the unhoused residents. It's short-term, meaning it's no more than 14 days consecutively. Next slide, please. How are we going to do this? So when there's a call from police department to pick up an unhoused to go to an hotel for that evening, PD will call a friend, the resident's friend or family, to take them to him or her to the hotel. If they don't have a friend or a family, the police officer will take the residents to the hotel themselves. And then they will call the Santa Clara County Emergency Operations Center. Another way of getting calls or processing the need for temporary housing is the non-PD calls. They could go through social services program coordinator, and they can go to the PD, these 2 arrows, and then it will do the same route. At this point, if it's a non-PD from the coordinator, it can go to the housing staff who will call the SCC Emergency Operations Center. What this does, it's pre-screen and evaluate the resident. And then they can give them option if it's available for temporary hotel or emergency shelter or others. what are we trying to do? There is a gap, this one, if you could see. The gap is we found out that the county does not allow hotel accommodations unless they've been pre-screened. So it takes about 24 to 48 hours to get this process going. So that means the unhoused, they don't have access to accommodation for a day or two. So this pilot project is trying to bridge this gap. Next slide, please. Potential sources of funding. As you know, we talk about funding, so I'm really focusing on grants. So we can look at the Housing Authority Fund, state, federal, and other grants. There's also the CDBG COVID grants. And Santa Clara County Emergency Operations Center, they get funds from FEMA. So those are what we're trying to explore. We have some leads already. Well, oh, did you skip one? Next slide, please. After there's something missing, but that's all right. So after the project, we're going to conduct an evaluation after 30 days, and council decides the next step. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Summary. This is a 30-day pilot project program, which will be funded by grants or funds specific for this type of initiative. It will provide, this will provide a formalized, structured, and standard process of addressing temporary and short-term accommodation of our unhoused residents. It will offer statistics, which we don't have now, on the true needs of Milpitas for short-term housing. It will also lead for a dialogue with the county and within our city departments on the best practices and issues learned from this pilot project. So if we can go back 3 slides down, what do I mean by that? Another one, please, one more. There. So this is kind of like a draft on how we can have a process dealing with this, on how to provide temporary, short-term, immediate housing for our unhoused. And this one, I think it gives us an opportunity to talk to Santa Clara County to bridge this need. Because they have the funds, they can provide this for us, because this is pre-evaluation, pre-screening. That's an opportunity for us as well. That's all I wanted to say. So thank you so much, and give it back to Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Tran. Mayor, you don't have we can't hear you.
That's the second time it happened to me.
No, like it happens to me all the time.
But Zoom's cool. It tells you like, oh, you're on mute. So a little box pops up. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Chua, for the presentation, for your proposal. And before we go to council's questions, let's go to our public comment here for this item. If you're here tonight for item number 13, which is our last item tonight, You can raise your virtual raised hand and I'll call on you 2 minutes here. First up, Volter.
Somebody's name called? Okay. This is Voltaire Montmer. A great idea. That's a great idea for me. And I'm hoping though that the 50 grand will be enough for the very needed purpose. What we need actually is how to conduct it, to officially manage by the city as being taught tonight. And the flow or the flow diagram or the format is great. There may be, I don't know, I think it's very perfect enough. Thank you, Council Member Chua.
Okay, next up, Ravish Kumar Mehta.
Well, as a part of pilot program, I think one thing is too important that the pilot programs are always evolving and revolving around the things that requires to be improvement. That requires improvement. So, considering the chart that Evelyn Chua has shown, there are a few things to pointed out that when there is a PD call and there is a non-PD call, it's also important to evaluate that what is the differentiation between the emergency call and what is the difference between the non-emergency call, and also to evaluate that what kind of a call is that, whether that's whether any particular call requires a set of a dispatch, or is there a particular evaluation that requires whether if there is a homeless person which is going to be go under the screening and evaluation, what kind of evaluation that the person is going to be go through. At the end, certainly the homeless person is going to get the shelter, but the particular chart that has been shown that requires a lot many flow diagrams and then a lot many other concepts to required to be included. And also it is important to evaluate that if that any person that requires any specific treatment to be provided in terms of a health, in terms of a mental health, in terms of a health, in terms of a mental health, in terms of any disorder, in terms of any phobia, that in terms of any condition that they are being going through, then that person is required to be treated and evaluated accordingly, and then the person is required to be provided the shelter accordingly as well, because not all homeless person are same. Definitely all of them require the shelter. So definitely this chart requires a lot more improvement than what it shows after the pilot program study.
Thank you very much. Next up, we got Yolanda Garcia.
Hi, am I on there?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, okay. Hi. Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Chua. Yes, I believe that we need this type of support for our unhoused and our homeless. I have a couple of questions though. Originally, I thought it was a $50,000 to be placed in the budget for the city of Milpitas. But now looking at her proposal, I'm asking the grants, who would be seeking those grants and who would be writing them? And also, I believe that we already have something, isn't this with the the contract that we're trying to get with the county, that once they're assessed, we have the assessment team coming out that perhaps they can provide this additional service for that purpose. I'm just a little, I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused. I need a little bit more information on this, but I definitely support this type of service for our unhoused and homeless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the council member to answer those concerns.
So if we can go back to the workflow, process flow. So this is, you're right, Yoli. This they do pre-screening. Unfortunately, they don't provide hotel accommodations unless they've been pre-screened, because they have several options that they give them. This is the part that is missing when they need it the most. You see what I'm saying? Am I clear in terms of it's the pre-screening time? Because of the constraint of Santa Clara County, they don't give you any, they have to screen you before they can provide you with housing. What's happening now, actually, our police department, our police officers, if they do see that they need an accommodation for that day, they take it out of their own pocket. And also, we have a extra, there is a grant that the Milpitas PD, there's an excess grant that we're looking into, that staff is helping to find out if we can tap onto that grant. And also, because I tapered the pilot project to be smaller scale, so I did some calculation. I really don't need $50,000. I could go with much less, and I'm gonna go that way because this is 30 days. What I'm trying to cover is the winter. Winter ends like March 20th, the end of March. So I would like to see a 30-day pilot program, because I want to see the statistics, because we don't know right now how many this type of need we have in the city. The county is very challenging to get some information from the county, because there some confidential information I can understand. But I think if we have this pilot project, we have a better way of making decisions because we have more data. Thank you, Mayor.
You don't have to thank me. That was a question from.
Thank you, Yoli.
Okay, there you go. All right, next up, public comment. We have Allison McDonald.
Thank you. I have a few questions and comments. I, like Yoli, appreciate that the city is looking into this. I'm sure there's a need because there's no shelter accommodations within the city of Milpitas. I'm confused because I was under the impression the grant money that Ms. Jewel was referring to had already been allocated for another project to serve the unhoused. I don't remember exactly which one it was, but I think it might have been the revenue sharing agreement to get assessments done for the Milpitas unhoused. And I have a question for staff about where we're at with that. Because I have not heard that agreement has actually taken effect yet, even though it was passed back in early December, I believe, maybe even in November. I have a question for Ms. Chua about the process that would happen. And I'm curious, would it only be initiated by the police department, or could other people initiate referral for a housing voucher or a hotel voucher? And so those were my 3 comments and questions. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, yes.
Yes, the first question, I think I refer that to staff because I don't know exactly what that was. The second question, if we can go back to that workflow again, you asked about whether other people can take the call. Yes, because right here, this is through calls through PD. Right here is non-PD calls. So they go through a social services program. this is this is just a draft. It can change. It's just my recommendation, or this is my initial thought of it will work, but basically all the elements are here. I hope I answered Allison's question. I don't know the other question. I think the first question, I think I referred to staff. What was something approved sometime in December?
Mayor, we could answer that. Staff, we can answer that question. The question was if the revenue sharing agreement with the county for services, assessment services, what the status of that is, and that contract has been negotiated and signed by the city. I've personally signed that myself this week, so that will be, we'll be seeing the good effects of that shortly.
Okay. So yeah, can we put a date on that, city manager?
Well, I've signed it, so I would say that they will, unless Sharon can tell me how long that takes for them to implement in the streets.
Yeah, so
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome, Sharon.
Okay, yeah. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members.
I want to keep it
Yes,
brief too, because it's not on the agenda. I wanted to keep this brief. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I'll keep it very brief, just as a status update. Steve mentioned we finally were able to finalize the contract with the county, with many rounds of review and comments between them and our team, as well as the legal provisions. And it's been a signature routing process. And in early February, I already met with the outreach team from the service provider. And as soon as the contract is executed, they'll be able to start the service. So we already got them ready to be underway.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So there you have it, folks. That's the update with the revenue sharing with the county in terms of implementing the assessments out in the field. It hasn't begun yet. I mean, we just signed the agreement. So it hasn't, there's no results to report at this time, but we will get that to you. And these are your tax dollars. Okay. Thank you very much. And then, okay, back to Councilmember Chua. Were you finished? Okay, great. We'll go to public comment here. Let's see. Anybody else that would like to speak? I know we have a lot of community members here on the Zoom. Anybody that has not spoken, this is your time for public comment. And we'll go with Jessica Yu.
Hi, this is Jessica Yu. I think this is a very good finding about the missing part from the diagram chart. As a resident, I really hope that our city can working with the county to fix this part. And the budget should come from the county since we already paid the county $200,000. And also this issue is a bigger issue. I don't think Milpitas can handle it. We really need a county's help. So can we present this diagram to the county, tell that during all their screening, this the missing part? I believe county should have some place to give those people temporary shelter 1 or 2 days before they get assigned to a longer shelter. So I really wish someone in our Milpitas City Hall can pushing this one to the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Public comment continues. If you have not spoken yet on this item, you can raise your virtual raised hand. If not, I think that's going to be it. No more public comment for item number 13. We'll bring it back up here to the council. I got a few questions here for the council. Sure. I don't want to look at your diagram right now, but I did look at it, and so I want to be very practical here, and I want to make a good decision tonight. If there's a person that is, what is the eligibility? There's no slide on eligibility. How do I know? Because, what is the eligibility for this? Who is eligible?
The who. There's a slide that says phase 1.
Go to the slide.
IT, please. I think it's the third slide, please. There you go.
Okay.
The most vulnerable. I'm just looking at the unhoused seniors and the unhoused physically challenged residents.
What is the criteria to be unhoused senior?
They don't have any homes. They're out there on the streets.
I mean, so any senior can walk to Milpitas and we're going to give them a hotel voucher?
If they need one.
Okay. And what is a senior? What age is that?
65 and older. I think 55 and older is considered to be a senior.
So which one is it?
I don't know. I
That's-
think there's 55. How about Ashwini? Do you know?
Yes, council member and mayor, we can use the same age that we use for other senior programs. So we could use Renee. I know for senior center, we have 50, but then for other programs, we have 55, right?
Yeah, the senior center membership, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. The senior center membership is 50 and over. Other programs are, depending on the provider or a sponsor, is 60 or 62 and over.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Renee.
Sure.
And so back to Councilmember Chua, I just, I can't support your item unless you have a specific policy. I'm all behind the item, but I need to know what the details are, and that's not laid out here tonight. You could state it for the record, that'll help. But the other bullet point you had, if we can go back to the presentation. Same slide. If we could figure these things out, with the reasonable time this evening, maybe I think I can support this, but the next asterisk here, you have unhoused, physically challenged residents. How do you qualify for that? How do you determine physically challenged? Are these people that are with, they're living off a state disability? How do we determine their eligibility? Are they, disabled? Do they have medical records? How do we determine physically challenged?
By looking at them?
No, that's not going to work. It's not funny.
No, I know that, but
it's not funny. There shouldn't be any laughing right now.
No, the thing is, Mayor, how do you gauge that? If you know somebody's rating, how do they even have ID that they're physically challenged?
If you have state disability, there's medical records. Okay, being disabled oftentimes is a medical. It's a medical condition, and so there is.
Okay, so in order to qualify, then is we would ask for their medical record, medical ID that says they're disabled. Okay,
right. There's homeless folks out there. Unfortunately, there are some people out there that are bad health, diabetes. They had to chop off their foot. There are homeless people out there like that, and so they receive disability income or insurance. Okay, and so those are things that will provide sure documentation on being physically challenged or disabled, respectfully.
Okay, so in that sense, for this part, okay, I got your point, and it's clear. So they need to show proof that they are physically challenged by their ID.
There has to be.
And then for the unhoused seniors, we need their ID as well, that they're over 55.
Right.
This one.
Right.
Okay.
Thank
you.
I want to ask more questions.
Sure.
I'm going to poke a hole in every single thing I see here. So what about the youth and their families they're living on the street in a vehicle, RVs without insulation, you know, are you going to include them, or are they not a part of this?
So I tried to just limit it in a smaller scope, this phase one. So I just wanted to see, but you're right, that they can be included as well. Families living in their cars with children.
Okay. And then in terms of the who, you know, the overarching thing for me is Milpitas, you
Right.
know, and putting our Milpitas families first, even the unhoused Milpitas families as well.
Mhm.
And I don't want this program to be a floodgate, respectfully. You know, I'm very straightforward. I don't want folks to, you know, walk to Milpitas knowing that they're going to get a hotel voucher, because in terms of homelessness, I think it's a very local issue. It has to start locally. You know, there's efforts at higher levels of government, but I think homelessness has to be local. You know, one small city can't save the whole county or can't save the whole Bay Area. And so my concern is I don't want to put forward any policy that will have a paradox. We can't create something thinking it's going to be the solution, and then it'll turn out to be very troubling, you know, in so many different ways. And so, how do we ensure these hotel vouchers that are funded by these Milpitas, city of Milpitas taxpayers, residents? How do we ensure that these vouchers are going to Milpitas unhoused residents? How will you determine that?
Because they don't have, because they're unhoused, and I would think they don't have a home address. So the only way I could think would be if they're on the list of the housing solutions that we have that's helping us. According to them, I called them, we have about 120 of unhoused residents listed in Milpitas. We don't know for sure, but that's what the number they told me.
Are you talking about the Office of Supportive Housing?
Yeah, supportive housing. They have a list of.
You're talking about the community queue then, right?
Right.
Okay, so maybe out of the 120 people, this policy will identify the seniors, chronically documented living in Milpitas, and that list may identify within 120 the disabled folks. Okay, so that would shorten the list, what, 120 down to a smaller number, right?
Right.
You know,
And that was, the data was in 2019. They do a survey every 2 years.
so there's a time period. Yeah, that's good. There's a time period, demonstrated time period of unhoused in Milpitas. That's good. You know, I think really this policy, if done correctly, or what I think is best as one opinion, you know, I think it could be effective. You know, I think the main point is to save people from dying and suffering. You know, if homelessness wasn't so bad the way it is, I don't think we'd be talking about this. But I think our city is at a point now where, you know, we have to do something, and because it's just the worst it's ever been in the history of the city of Milpitas. And I don't think as a city, now the county is different, the state is different. As a city, we've done a few things, but that was like 2 years ago. And our city council, I want to really put the attention to. The city staff's doing great. The city council, I don't think we've done anything recently with this new council here. So, you know, I appreciate Councilmember Chua, your efforts to do something. You know, this is as far as we've got. We're in February now. We've been together since December, and next month will be March, needless to say. And so I really appreciate your effort with this, but unless your policy is tight, then I can't support it. Let's talk about the funding. I just looked up hotel rooms in Milpitas for tonight, and the hotel room is the cheapest. There's a few, maybe 2 or 3. Cheapest about $67. Okay, which is pretty low. It used to not be that. It used to be like 100, which is a huge percentage increase. And so,
So, yeah.
and
Mayor Tran.
I'm point of order. And so, I see the 14-day pilot, but I think to serve a larger number of folks that need the help during this winter throughout this pilot program, maybe I think my recommendation, if you want to take it, because this is yours, to lower it from 14 days to about 7 days. Okay. And so that way it's less of a fiscal impact, obviously, and you can serve more people. The more dollars you put towards one person, the less can go around, basic math. And so my recommendation or suggestion to you is to, if as you try to push this forward, cut it from 14 down to 7 days. Okay. And that way you can multiply that 7 days by the $67 and whatnot for the hotel. And then obviously hotel taxes will kind of come back a little bit, but it's neither here nor there. But yeah, I'm not going to support this unless you have your eligibility correctly. Whether time's ticking. And if this doesn't support our MUSD students and their families, I'm not going to support it either. I'm just not. So
Mayor Tran.
I'm not done talking. Please.
Oh, sorry.
You're interrupting me. Point of order, please. Please, I don't interrupt you. So yeah, I think those are what I am looking for in a stronger policy. And before I go to the rest of the council, I'll go back to you, Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I during the research of this, the last 2 weeks, I found out that the Santa Clara County has 11 hotels, and one of the hotels is here in Milpitas, so we can have access to those as well. My long-term goal is to be able to bring the unhoused to that specific hotel, and then from there, the county takes over. That would be a good goal, eventually.
I like that. I appreciate that. What hotel are you talking about specifically?
It's on Main Street.
Okay, so the county owns the hotel?
They just did a contract last week with this specific hotel, and it's on Main Street.
Okay, is that the lowest responsible kind of bidding hotel?
And it's called Belmont, if I remember correctly. I have the name.
So,
but
wouldn't we want to go with the cheapest hotel?
Well, not really.
Why is that?
Well, are you talking about picking at the cheapest hotel? Is that what
We're talking about the hotel vouchers, right? So are you looking to put them up at the most expensive hotel, or are you looking to put them?
I'm looking at putting them up for the initial pilot one for this county-owned hotels.
Okay, why do you want to go there? Are there special services?
Because yes, it's county-owned, and I would think that they have a facilities and they have the correct personnel to contact with. They know the hotel. They have affiliation. The SCC EOC has affiliation to that hotel.
So there are services at this hotel?
Not that I know of. It's barely brand new. It's like just last week. So.
Okay,
I
so
don't
what
know.
separates this particular hotel you're talking about from one on the open market?
They have a contract with the county, so why not use them?
What is the benefit of the contract? I'm just totally I don't understand.
We still, I think right now we still have to pay for anybody, any in-house to go there because they haven't been pre-screened by the EOC. But what I'm saying, if we work, the next step for us is to let us work with the county so that we can use that hotel. And once we place our in-house to that hotel, the county takes over.
Okay, have they committed
That's the next goal. Pardon?
So have they committed to
No.
transitioning the person over to their services?
No, we haven't gone to that step.
So you're speculating right now. So let me go next to Vice Mayor Montano.
Let me lower my hand first before I forget. So thank you, Mayor. So first of all, Councilmember Chua, this is admirable, but I'm going to agree with the mayor because we have already earmarked many funds, and I'm glad to hear that by Sharon Goey that starting next week, finally this will come to fruition. So in June 2020, we contracted with Yerba Buena Engineering for homeless encampment cleanup services. So that was $100,000. November 2020, $200,000, and that's the agreement with the county. And then also on December 2020, we hired the Dignity on Wheels. That's $21,000. So, and then we also hired a social services person. She does community work and social services for the unhoused. So we've done a lot, and my concern is our police. When you have the police department manning it, we just barely went through the budget, and we didn't hire. We're not going to be hiring more police officers because of the budget. And
well, let's not go that far. Let's not go that far, Councilor.
So okay, so my point is that there's budget constraints, and we are doing things to help the unhoused or the homeless. And remember, a lot of homeless, some of them, not a lot of them, but some of them don't want to be housed, and some of them do. So, and then the age, there's a lot of young youth that are out there. So it's just, so I'm having a hard time approving this. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you so much, Mayor. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you, Councilmember Chua. This is one of the first that I have seen a council member attempt to do a PowerPoint slide. So I know as a council member, and I know Councilmember Fan has also presented one before us, it takes a lot of work. And so I just want to commend you for the time and the dedication that you have put into your PowerPoint and to explaining. I really liked your grid sheet, the little graph. And I'll tell you, I know that as a new member, we've all been there. You have to catch up, right? And so one of the things I want to share with you is, as Councilmember Montano said back in November 2020, it breaks my heart to hear some of my colleagues say that this council hasn't done anything, especially one that, as one member who did advocate for a plan of action that got us that contract for $200,000, and I advocated strongly and did all of the homework that you did, Councilmember Chua. So some of the stuff you said, I'm like, wow, you called, because that's stuff that you can't find in a report and that you can't Google. So I thank you for doing that work. As one member who has been on this council for 2 years, and in the video of budget, I believe 2019, who identified exactly that gap that you talked about, Councilmember Chua. And we have worked very hard as a group to bridge that gap, because as you said, it is really important. Our unhoused need the services. And as you discovered, without that assessment, it can't happen as quickly. So that is why the prior council did move forward the contract with the county that's going to do everything that you touched on. All of that is things that that county contract, which is one of the first contracts in this region. And in fact, the city of Milpitas is the first city to adopt the county plan that's going to work in conjunction. And that is, how many of us, all of us have done our little piece. But I definitely want to commend Councilmember Fan, because he's also been very tenacious in this fight, making sure that we get our unhoused assessed. And so in November 2020, some of the questions that you came up with, Councilmember Chua, were exactly some of the questions many of us on this council were asking. And so we fought hard and we were able to pass this contract that I am so excited to hear that is moving forward. I know the holidays happen, and then, the contract is going back and forth. So I am really looking forward to seeing the fruition of that work. And so, Councilmember Chua, I want you to know that what you brought today was the start of a conversation that happened a couple years ago. And know that I am so excited that you're on this team, because you understand that work and why it's so important. So I don't want you to feel that I can't support it, not because it's not a good idea. I just need to be fiscally responsible. And everything that you touched on is something that we already passed in November and is in the contract right now, working with the county. So know that is the only reason why I can't support it, is just because it would be doing redundant services. Now, you brought up some great points that I think definitely, I think we could continue working when CDBG funding comes in. So I'm really excited to see what those ideas could come then. But for what's before us today, know that it's not because it's lacking items or because I don't support the idea. It's just because we've already invested over 200,000, and this is the county's job now, because we hired them literally to do exactly what you said, which is build that gap, bridge the gap. And so I want to see what they come up with. I also want to share with everybody that, right now, the referral line for the county, and I spoke with them this morning, and I actually did some site visits this past week. Due to confidentiality, we can't share names, we can't get information from the county. But I could best assure you that I bumped into some Milpitas families in some of the permanent housing that has been happening. So that tells me that our families who are unhoused and individuals who are unhoused in Milpitas, they're getting housed. And that is really exciting. When you're walking down and someone's screaming council member, and you're like, why is someone yelling? And you turn and you start talking to them, and you realize that all of the work that we have been doing on this council is coming to fruition. So Councilmember Chua, I look forward in working with you in the next, couple years to continue filling gaps, because we still have them, right? We still got gaps from our unhoused. I think this is definitely some work that we could continue working with the county, give them the opportunity to fulfill that contract. And let's continue to work together to find some of those additional gaps, because our unhoused need tokens for transportation and other things that I'm sure we could work together to make it happen. So congratulations, Councilmember Chua, on your first PowerPoint. Just know that no matter what happens today on today's vote, I really do appreciate the work that you put in, because I know how hard that is. So thank you for presenting your presentation. And those are my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to state for the record that, that $200,000 to the county is a revenue sharing. And so the services have already been in existence for multiple years. It's just revenue sharing. and our city manager can provide the contract. He just signed it. And the, kind of the outreach by the county is for the community queue. And right now, the fact of the matter is the community queue is years long. I don't want to sit here and speak to the public that's on the Zoom watching across Milpitas to say, oh, we're providing immediate help, because that's just not the fact of the matter. All you got to do is go outside and take a look. Everybody knows it. Our off ramps in town, right outside of Goodwill parking lot, on and on. And so we're not doing good here in the city of Milpitas, folks. Things are getting worse, and we're getting left behind in terms of meeting those needs. And that's just the fact of the matter. And the community queue is many years long. I don't know how people can get a house so quick. I thought the community queue, the wait list was very long. So maybe our city staff can bring us back information. But to say things are great and there's victories, I would disagree, folks. Drive around town, folks. Everybody watching, all the attendees, I see your names. It's bad. It's bad. So let me go to council member Fan.
I would say it's not all bad. Certainly we can do better in a lot of the areas that you mentioned. I think this this item brings me back to some of the earlier things that were on the table. To an extent, was supported. To an extent, it wasn't supported. But at the end of the day, what I'm referring to is Project Home Key. And I don't bring this up to reopen any wounds. They are near capacity. It's over 50%. There were a lot of fears at the time that, if this project were to move forward, that, we're going to have a doomsday scenario. There's going to be crime everywhere, drugs everywhere. Unhoused residents have gotten access to housing at the Home Key project at the site for a little over 2 months now. And we see that that's not the case. When you get the housing, when you get the supportive services, lives are changed. And overall, it does play a huge impact on the community. And how this relates to all of this is, I think that some of the goals that were brought up earlier, I think some of that is addressed by the project I am referring to. So for me, one of the things that I would like to see is that the services aren't redundant. That, they are cohesive, certainly with the goals of, the county housing proposals, that they, to an extent, really add on to it, but that they don't duplicate. Because the last thing that we would want to do is, pay for something that the county is also paying for, is also working towards. So that really comes down to coordination with county staff. And I'm sure you've already thought about that. I hope that you continue to reach out to them and sort of see where potential partnership opportunities can occur. There's a couple of questions that I do have on this. I I don't like saying no to my colleagues, especially if, you know, they're passionate about it. And, you know, I empathize with some of the causes that, but I will, you know, identify the route to get me to a yes, to get me to a supportive stance. So, one, I guess this is for housing staff or for finance staff. How much money do we currently have for within the housing authority funds?
Sure. So good evening, Walter Rossman. The estimated fund balance by year end for the Housing Authority Fund is $1.7 million.
1.7 million. Okay. And this is accounting for everything that's budgeted as well?
That is correct. As of this fiscal year.
And within that amount, that fund is also used to keep the residents at Sunny Hills housed. Is that correct, or is that a separate fund?
I will have to defer to Sharon on this one.
And Sharon, if
yes.
you could refresh everyone's memory as to the cost of that agreement as well.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. So the agreement was for 5 years at $250,000 per year, and it's to assist with maintenance at the Sunny Hills Apartments.
Over 5 years, so that would be $1 million?
1.25 million.
1.2. And how far into it are we?
I think we'll have until February 2023.
Okay.
That will be the end of the 5 years.
So the Housing Authority Fund is very limited, and it has been diminishing at a pretty fast rate without more funds being added in to really even it out. And that's a big concern for me, is the source of funding. If the source of funding is going to be from Housing Authority, I have a hard time supporting that. So you would need to identify a different source of funding for me. And the risk that we have is that should those funds be depleted past a certain level, we're not going to be able to pay for example, keeping the lights on at Sunny Hills. That is part of an agreement, a pre-existing agreement, an ongoing one that we've structured that utilizes those funds. So I hope you understand my concern there. I'm not opposed to you finding the funding source elsewhere, though. I would say to make sure that it falls in line with the appropriate deadlines for the CDBG funding. But also, that said, the CDBG program is a federal grant. So if it's a federally subsidized program, and this is a question for Chris, would it be subject to HUD standards? Would it be subject to anti-discrimination statutes? And this is in reference with the criteria of people who would be utilizing this.
because I want to make sure that, you know, what the program that we would create would be constitutional. I've seen in cases where, you know, if you create low income housing and you designate a certain criteria, it may be challenged in the courts and not be allowed to continue. So that's, you know, I want to limit our liability here, but also, you know, really just make sure that we are not taking away that opportunity from everyone, and that, you know, what we're doing is fair.
No, thank you, Councilmember Fan. I would just note for the council that if there is a desire to move forward with this, we would do legal due diligence on the next step. But yes, I think if there's any kind of CDBG funding, any federal funding, it does come with the requirements that are set out by the federal program.
Okay, so, you know, those would be, you know, some of the things that I'd like to get more information on before moving forward. But lastly, you know, I do want to make a note that the main factor, it's not necessarily the program. I actually like the concept a lot, and I applaud you for, you know, putting together this very in-depth PowerPoint. I'm sure it was probably nerve-wracking presenting. It's a learning process, and you're gonna, you know, keep improving as we go forward. The main factor for me is timing. That's it. It's not even the cost. You know, I'm okay with the cost, but I'm okay with the cost at a future time. So the duration of the program, I am okay with in terms of the pilot program. I actually wouldn't want to reduce the duration of the program, you know, even if that meant, you know, lowering the cost, because I think that in order for you to actually have a substantive program and really use kind of as a case study, you're going to want to have the resources available to actually get a good pilot program, because otherwise you're just gonna end up with, you know, a really watered down program. And then, you know, if we deliberate, you know, we might ask, like, how come this program didn't do so good? But that's because it was cut short, you know, in terms of the length. That's because the funding wasn't there. And I would hate that to be the case. So, you know, if you're going to do a pilot program, you want to do a pilot program and make sure that it succeeds. So that's why, you know, I do think that, you know, the amount is fine, the duration is fine. It's the timing that makes it very difficult. The uncertainty of getting, you know, federal funding, the uncertainty of getting additional housing authority funds. But I wouldn't let, you know, that discourage you from not pursuing this any further. I think that, you know, there's a lot of potential here. And I would really just encourage you to work with staff, work with different agencies, especially with our partners over at the county, and bring this back when we're in a much better position to say yes. But I really thank you for what you're trying to do here. Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. I will really follow up on your comments. I agree with you that you know, the funding is key, and so I want to make an amendment to the agenda item. I want to make an amendment to it, and I want to make a motion for it. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't. But I do think this is a pressing issue. Even with the community queue, folks are on the community queue here in town with the county, but they're on the list. And in the meantime, the county's not housing these folks in hotels. And so I think that there's a gap, especially with our seniors, disabled, and even our youth and families, that I hold as the most vulnerable. There's nothing worse driving through Milpitas on Park Victoria than seeing a homeless senior citizen pushing a huge cart, hunchback, nowhere to go. And our residents, for the record, read right up in the paper, that's not what our community is about, to just let it happen. And so we need to provide opportunity short term. These aren't long-term rentals. These are short-term, 30 days or less. Tonight, here's my amendment, and I'm going to make a motion for it. But let me state my amendment, go to Councilmember Chua, and then I'll make the motion. Here's my amendment. Pilot program, 30 days, 7-day hotel voucher, lowest responsible bidder in Milpitas. We're not moving people out. These are Milpitas folks, homeless. Yes. Senior citizens, ages 55 and older. Disabled folks with proper medical record. And also our school district students and their families who are living outside in their cars. If there are none, great. If there are two, we need to do something. I think overall, we're not going to help out hundreds of people. I don't even think we'll get to 100 because we're a small town and we're not helping every single homeless person respectfully. We're helping those that need it the most. And it may be 10 people. But if we could help out 5 people in the next 30 days, then we'll have done our job. Implementation is key. We'll contact the county for the community queue. We'll see folks that are unsheltered here in town over a period of 2 years. That shows they're Milpitas residents. We can talk to the social worker at the school district. They can provide direct information. And even in our police department, which shows up to calls involving the most vulnerable. I think that'll help our police officers to say, hey, we don't have a taxi voucher or a Greyhound voucher for you to go to the next city. We got a hotel voucher for you here in Milpitas for 7 days. And I think that way we can help out a lot more people. And it should be an amount not to exceed $25,000. In terms of the funding, I think about this hotel voucher program, and I think about the times I've stayed in a hotel under the funding from the city of Milpitas. Before COVID, I went to the mayor's conference every year. I got a $5,000 annual travel budget to go to conferences, kind of professional development. I go to the mayor's conference every year. The first year, I was in Miami. The city of Milpitas gave me a hotel voucher so I could be at the mayor's conference in Miami Beach. Fontainebleau, I'll say it. Okay. My second year, I went to Boston. I stayed at the Boston Marriott. City of Milpitas gave me a hotel voucher for 5 days. My third year, I was in Honolulu, Hawaii. Hey, I don't choose these destinations, okay? The conference of mayor chooses the location. I go wherever they tell me. But I was at the Hilton Hawaiian Garden. That's where the conference was. And the city of Milpitas gave me the hotel voucher. And so I want to give my travel budget $5,000 to this program. I want to give my budgeting for my intern. Each city council member has funding to hire an intern, okay, as their intern, part-time, a college student. I want to give that. I want to give what I have to this 30-day pilot program. So between those two things, that should be about $25,000, give or take. I'll talk to Walter about it. But here's the thing. So I want this $25,000 amount not to exceed for this pilot program under these circumstances. And I'm asking the council to support this. I'm giving up my travel budget. I'll give it up for the next 2 years I'm in office, and the internship as well. And I want the money under what I could right now use it for to go to this. Okay, and so that's my amendment, and I want it exactly like that. And if Councilmember Chua supports it, I'll make the motion for it. Councilmember Chua.
Yeah, I would give up my $5,000 as well. What for? Is that for travel? Whatever I have, conference. Yeah, whatever. I give it up. But 25,000 I think is good enough for this pilot project for 30 days. And yes, I will support you, Mayor Tran. And before that, can I answer Vice Mayor Montano's question about the process?
Yeah, the microphone's all yours.
Vice Mayor Montano, there's no additional, this is on the flow. You're asking about additional work for the police, for the PD. No, there's no additional work because they're doing that now. I don't know where she's at.
She's here, of course.
Yeah. That's all I wanted to say to her. There's no additional work for the MPD or the CSO over at MPD because they're doing it already. We're just housing.
The way your schematic showed it, it showed that there was more processes.
No.
In that schematic.
I think the schematic was a little off. I'm sorry.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Montano, there's no additional work on.
Okay,
on
great.
PD.
Thank you. Yeah, I think she hears it. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, great. Anything else, Councilor Chua?
And that's all for now.
Okay, great.
Oh,
great.
let me lower.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and make the motion. I think staff, you have noted. Yep, I think staff has noted it. If there's questions, let it be
I
known.
think somebody has a question.
I have a question.
Okay, let me finish with staff first. Staff, so I think you got all the information you need, right? Okay.
I think there's maybe Ashwini's going to join in too, but as I'm looking at this, the only maybe question I have, I'm not confident that the police department will run and implement this project alone. This is going to be several departments involved in this process.
Okay, great, yeah. Okay.
And Mayor, just so to be clear for the council's benefit, if the council is inclined to move this forward, it would be direction to staff and we'd come back to you with a complete program based on the direction tonight.
Yeah, that'd be great. And you can count on Councilmember Chu or myself to be a resource as well, so that we can move in a timely manner. Weather across America right now is all in the news, and so we need to be prepared and move swiftly. And so, thank you. But I think the basic parameters, as much as basic can be, I think that's a solid. So let's go, Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I still have a lot of questions in implementation. I don't feel confident of making up a program as we are speaking. In terms of the police department, they have a grant already where it allocates rooms for our unhoused, and I know that because I've used it for some of our unhoused. So would this money go into, one question is, would this money go into that to extend that grant, or would this be totally different? So we're already doing that. So I'm really confused on why this is even like.
What does the police program target? What population?
So they have funding that they're able to, they got a grant and it's in discretion for those who are seeking either assistance after a crime has occurred, or if they're just seeking assistance. And so I know that they have given rooms, they have room vouchers for up to 3 to 4 days.
What about seniors, disabled?
I'm still speaking, Mayor, so let me finish so I could clarify. So they have room vouchers that folks could help, and I know a couple of organizations have used this program. I know that personally, I have put money out of my own personal wages to help house our unhoused, and I could rest assure you that 7 days is not enough. You need at least 14 days if this program is going to be successful. So I'm questioning just the 25,000, and it's just unethically, we just went through budget cuts, and so there is a lot of programs that need this financial support. So for us to do services that are redundant and just to say that we're doing it, what's going to provide is just a continuum cycle of poverty. Because if we're not providing the resources for our unhoused and we're just housing them, and we're not really tackling the issues at hand of why they got to this place in the first place, what it's going to create is just a cycle, and they're just going to end up back on the streets. So I think that's even more as one member, I just don't have enough information of how this program is going to be successful to the goal, which is to house our unhoused and help them stay unhoused. It just that I'm having a really hard time with. And I, again, just speaking with our unhoused community, it just sounds like there's any other needs. And if we could give up each of our 5,000, then I would choose to implement my 5,000 of my own council budget into other unhoused programs. But that's a conversation that I think that right after we are sharing to staff that we may eliminate positions or freeze positions, that is just unethical for me as one council member. I like to base my decisions, including our community, and our community is telling me that we already made a contract with the county. Let's give them the opportunity to give the vouchers. I have a number now that I've been told vouchers, and I checked it out and it's happening. So I just feel that using this money is not in the best interest of taxpayers. I feel that, yes, our unhoused need support. And again, it's not about not supporting the program. It's just about being fiscally responsible to break the cycle of poverty, especially for those who are on the streets. And so I just feel that the police department does not have the capacity to be a social worker, and there's no continuum of services. And so unfortunately, I just don't have the answers to a lot of these questions. And it just sounds like we're moving really fast to just say we did something when it's just not, unfortunately, going to help the long-term sustainable plan, which is to help our unhoused get out of that situation. So for your motion, Mayor, as much as I want to support it, and Councilmember Chua, please know that I definitely am with what Councilmember Fan said. If it wasn't a budget issue, I would totally work with you to try to get there, but I just don't think that's a conversation that happens when that idea is before all of us, right? So I think, please know that in the future, if we get extra CDBG funding, definitely at that point, then it's excess federal funding. But right now, we're talking about our own funding that our community has said, we need you to invest it in, transportation coins. We need you to invest it in transportation to vaccination sites, right? Those are the things that are pressing, that are literally killing people as we speak. And so in my good conscience and my ethical values, and based on what Milpitas has said, which is to maximize their taxpayer money, unfortunately, I just don't have enough information for this idea. And so I'm going to have to abstain. And I hope you understand, Councilmember Chua.
Separate program. Next, Councilor Fenn.
It is not. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the points that Councilmember Dominguez made. I think the main thing for me is that with the new motion, the program's changed too much for me to support without addressing a lot of the issues that I mentioned earlier. One, the duration of the program. If you change that and then you change the cost of it, it's hard to get a successful program out of it, a pilot program out of it. I wouldn't want that to be the case. I would rather us to have a successful one. So I would prefer the original duration, the original cost, and a number of tweaks to make the program more amenable. And at the end of the day, I think it comes down to, again, the timing. I think it sends the wrong message when we're able to move money around like within emotion. And I certainly get that that's our prerogative. But then, you end up with multiple groups that you're leaving out. It comes down to an equity factor for me as it relates to budgeting. So that makes it really difficult for me to support. I can support it in the future. If you literally bring this back the next fiscal year and you address a lot of the concerns that I had, I'd be very likely to support it. But the main thing for me is, fiscal restraint. Respectfully.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. And, I think we are in the business of helping folks' lives, but I think this is even just it's just different. These are for winter months, the cold weather and inclement weather, rain, sleet, hail, I mean, we're literally just getting people inside when it's wet out there and giving them a roof. I mean, there's no other greater purpose in terms of social services, mental health, all that. I mean, all that, I believe in all that, but this is literally for the storm to pass. And every storm passes, and every storm is like 3 days, maybe a week. This is for people to get through the storm, literally, and so I think that really that's the purpose as it's stated on the agenda. I mean, I appreciate Councilmember Chua for talking about services and bigger impact, long-term goals, and that is needed. But this is literally for people to get through the storm. Maybe people in the creek, I don't know. We got people in the creeks here, right? So, this is for people to get through the storm and for our residents not to drive by. It's easy to be in this virtual chamber, but let's think about the neighborhoods. And it's easy for people, I mean, pardon me, disregard. It's hard when people are driving through the community, Park Victoria, and you see someone out there in the rain or on the bus stop, whatever it is. And so this is literally for getting through the storm. But I do want to acknowledge, yeah, you're right, Anthony, Councilor Fan. We need more. We need absolutely more, but we're just doing what we can, I think. We have a couple more virtual hands. We have first we're going to go with Councilmember Chua, and then we'll go with the Vice Mayor. Councilmember Chua.
Oh no, it's not. I'm going to lower it, Mayor. Sorry about that.
And then we'll go to the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Evelyn, I want to say it's really admirable what your heart is in the right place. But I also agree with Anthony, the timing is right now we're going through budget cuts and I think this is going to come from the general fund. We went through round one today, and in the future, we're going to be going through round two, which is more extreme budget cuts. I just can't see us moving forward. I mean, in good conscience, I can't justify it, because we're going to be possibly letting people go, and they're going to lose their jobs, and then to put money from the general fund into this, which is not even, it's only for 30 days. It just doesn't seem, I mean, it's not quantifiable. I mean, it's more like a Band-Aid, and if we're going to be putting money into that, it should be more substantial, like the 200,000 that we gave the county. That one has wraparound services. It has the assessments, it has the supportive incentives in there. So, I just can't in good conscience, because of right now we're going through budgets. I mean, I can probably already imagine the workers, and they're saying, what? It's, their livelihood, their jobs. So this is why I cannot support it at this time. But like I said, that's admirable, and I really commend you. And this is the timing. Like Councilmember Fan said, that it's the timing, and I'm hoping that in the future we can proceed with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I think we're winding down here. Let me go to our city attorney real quick. Did you review the contract with the county, the cost sharing agreement?
A while ago. It's been some time, so I'd have to dig it up to answer any questions you might have about it, but I'm happy to do that.
Okay, so either Steve or Chris, let's see if we can get some information for the public here. That cost sharing agreement, is that just for the assessments, or is that money allocated to actual services beyond the assessments of the field?
Karen, can you come on for a moment and walk us through the contract that I know your office spent quite a bit of time on?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I was just unmuting myself. Yes, thank you, Steve, and thank you, Mayor. The contract is for street outreach, assessment, and street-based case management services. So the outreach program is going to identify, assess, and refer homeless individuals in the city to appropriate housing programs and services. And that was really the one of the things that we heard the council wants to be able to make sure unhoused residents get assessed so that they become qualified for placement into various housing options. And so the county's homeless and access team, they call it the HEAT team, will address a person's mental health, substance use disorder, and or medical needs by building trust between the individual and the service teams, and identify opportunities through which services can be provided. And their team is responsible to build this level of rapport with the individuals over a period of time, and they will make repeated visits, and they help the individuals seek services and connect them with services that at a minimum would address their basic needs. And the team will have a goal of identifying and building rapport with individuals who are or may be eligible for housing programs. And in working with the county staff over the last several months since council gave approval, we have established some metrics, and that was important to, I think, the city council too, when this item was before you. So for example, the outcomes for this program is to look for engagement and outreach to a minimum of 100 unique homeless individuals from City Milpitas annually, especially targeting outreach towards referrals from city law enforcement and other city referral resources. And 75% of individuals contacted who are not already enrolled in the county's database, that's the Homeless Management Information System, that they will have this assessment administered. And then another goal is to link 75% of the individuals with severe mental illness to Behavioral Health Services Department and with the county's clinical team for further engagement. 20% of clients shall be connected to medical services. 20% of clients shall improve housing situation. 80% of referrals will have attempts at initial contact within 2 working days. And in working with county staff, our understanding is that they have done a few of these similar agreements with other cities. However, Milpitas was the first one that was requiring these metrics to be included so that we can make sure we'll be getting the outcomes that we contracted them for.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the answer is very clear. I think, Sharon, you might have been reading some notes even of the whole program description. So it's very clear that these are assessments. And the ultimate goal is housing, obviously. Ultimate goal is permanent housing, Office of Supportive Housing. But we all know that wait list is quite long, as described by the county representative that was here a few months ago. Hey, we got the same goal here, folks, just housing. So I'm going to make this motion because, when I ran for office and I connected with all the families out in the community, they told me that our city has to do something about homelessness. Our city council, you as the mayor, Rich, you have to do something. And this is it for me tonight. That's why I'm making this motion, because when I go back out there and people are telling me about homelessness, because I know we all hear it every day, I can't show up empty-handed. I can't empty my pockets and to have it empty. I made a commitment. I didn't make a promise, but I made a commitment. I don't do promises, but I made a commitment to our community that I was going to do something. And through the city, and solely through the city, I want to get people out from under the storm, literally. So I want to make a motion on this agenda item with my amendments. It's on record if you need to review it later. And so that's my motion. I'm looking for a second.
I second.
You have a
Also,
second?
if I may, yes, if
Oh.
I may, Mayor Tran. This, I think for some reason, this pilot project is just targeting a specific area, which is housing before the pre-screening. And I think I missed an opportunity to explain that better, because there's no redundancy currently that is happening that we're doing here in Milpitas. And I want to point that out.
All right.
Also,
Yeah,
that's
right.
all I wanted to say.
That is a possibility under the agenda item as it's listed. So thank you. Okay, so my amendments are on the record. We have a second by Councilmember Chua. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
Councilmember Dominguez. I'm sorry, you gotta unmute your microphone for the record.
Hey.
Okay. Councilmember Chua.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Nay.
Myself is a yes. The motion is not carried. Thank you very much. Maybe Councilmember Chua can bring back this item, sometime in the future. Okay, with that being said, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night.
Oh, happy early birthday, Carmen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
When is your birthday?